movies I see, but little pause. Did you agree that Obsession is the movie of the year? Hands down, you guys should go see it. It's a must see. Hands down, movie of the year. I just got back from the movies. Shout out to Star Cinema Grill. And man, I tell you, like on point from like beginning to the end of the movie. Like hands down. Our little pause, was it good? Yeah, Daddy, it was good. It was real good. I liked it. I liked it. Everybody's obsessed with me. Everybody's obsessed with me. Hell yeah. Just want to say the cast on point. I've seen many movies this year, and I have to say this one was by far the best one. I knew when I first saw the previews 3 months ago, I'm like, okay, this is going to be real good. And then it dropped this last Friday, right? Man, I said to myself, I have to go see it. It's like non negotiable that I have to go see it. So, of course, they don't allow cats in the movies, but I went to go see it. Hands down, you guys got to go see this movie. Like, non negotiable. You got to go see it. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, it's kind of like the butterfly effect. That's the if that's the best way to put it. Mm-hmm. Hold on, let me get up real quick. Son of a bitch. I have to get up. Nah, hands down, the best movie of the year I've seen, and I've seen at least like, I'm a movie buff, so I've been to movies like 30 times this year, and I would recommend you guys go see it. The best movie I've seen this year. I mean, there's some other movies I want to go see. Street Fighter's coming out later on this year. I saw the previews for that. The new Evil Dead is coming out. Evil Dead's coming out. It's called Evil Dead Burn. And if you guys like the Evil Dead, it's completely different from how Evil Dead looked on the original one with Ash Campbell. It's like totally different scenario, different story. Let's see what else. Um, there's Disclosure Day that's coming out. If you haven't seen the previews for that, it's sort of like a combination of The Arrival with Martin Sheen and Independence Day with Will Smith. You guys are into that kind of thing. But yeah, Disclosure Day is another one. Of course, Scary Movie 6 next week and next month. I'm taking off for that. So I'll be off Saturday, Sunday, and I'm going to the movies to go see it. It drops on the 5th of June. I got to go see it. Do you think the Highlander make, or do you think that Henry will play the role of Russell Crowe? Ooh, that's very interesting. When does that one drop? Stop That Train. No, I haven't seen that one. When's that one? Dude, this year's been the year of movies. And it's going to be a shame if the movie business dies, because I'm going to be honest with you. I'm still old school. I like going to the movie theaters. And I'll tell you this, like, if they close the theaters down, it's just going to suck. Like, nobody really goes to the movies anymore. But, like, when I went today, surprisingly about 8 or 9 people were in there today. And it was like, okay, so there were some other people in there. But this movie, Obsession, was really good. I mean, like, from start to the begin, like from the beginning all the way to the middle to the end, it's like it has you at the edge of your seat. It's like so good. It's filming now. Okay, well I got to go see that. What's been the most influential movie of the last 50 years? Oh God. Well, me, I'm an '80s horror movie fanatic. So I mean, we can talk about '80s horror movies. If you even want to go back further, my favorite actor of all time is Vincent Price. I'm a big fan of Vincent Price. I love all of his movies. The House on Haunted Hill, 1959, or it was a 1957 version with the Richard Long. I like The Last Man on Earth was a classic. So like me, I'm a Vincent Price fan. So I'm a fan of all of his movies. I like the original Night of the Living Dead, 1968 black and white version. I'm into the remake they did in 1990, which was also a good one. So I'm into like zombie movies. I'm into like Nightmare on Elm Street, Friday the 13th, the Poltergeist, the Prophecy. I'm into those type of movies. Mallrats, Rat Race, or Mallrats? Okay, I haven't seen that. What movies should they never remake, such as Back to the Future? Oh no, I don't think they should mess with that. R.I.P. the old man who passed away from you know from Back to the Future. But yeah, this year I just started getting into going to movies theaters, man. I've really been into it. And I must say that movie Obsession is awesome. The characters in there phenomenal. Everybody played their roles pretty well. The main actor, which is kind of like that nerdy guy, they kind of like do the whole beta male thing. I think his name is Bear, which is kind of a weird name to name your son. And then I don't know if that's like a nickname or something they gave him, but and then of course you have what's her name, Nikki, who's this like crazy obsessed chick. But they kind of make her to be the bad guy, but at the end of the day, like he made the wish, so it's kind of like, oh well, it's his fault. But because I was reading the comments, and of course it's like a general kind of thing, like, oh, it's his fault. He should never wish that on her. How are you going to force her to like him? He needs to man up and go ask her out, which is technically kind of true, but again, it's still a movie. I mean, how was he supposed to know that like breaking that damn thing was going to cause that shit? You know, like how is he supposed to know, right? Do you think the Odyssey will be a flop because of the casting? Possibly. Yeah, go see the movie. I'm telling you. No, they shouldn't remake Back to the Future. Absolutely not. Hey, Caitlin, how's it going? No, I really don't do reviews on movies. I really don't. I try to stay away from that. But I'd say the movie Obsessions probably the movie of the year so far. Like, and I've seen dozens of movies this year. Don't get me wrong. I went to go see Mortal Kombat 2 last week. It was okay. I mean, the fighting scenes were good. The storylines are blandish. I mean, the good guys are going to win. I mean, we're going to fight in a tournament, which the tournament makes no sense because all these random people are just like fighting each other. It, like makes no sense. And you kind of know the good guys are going to win, so it's like you kind of see the light at the end of the tunnel. It's not predictable, but the fight scenes were all right. With Katana looking good as ever. They had what's her name, and then they had what's his name, Johnny Cage, of course. He's the funniest guy in the movie, hands down. But yeah, Mortal Kombat 2 was okay. I mean, you kind of already know where it's gonna go with Mortal Kombat 2. But I can't wait to see Street Fighter. Street Fighter comes out later this year. Oh, and also they're doing Resident Evil. And it's a whole different outlook of Resident Evil. It's not the same Resident Evil you've been watching before. It's a totally different storyline. Now, I played all the video games, don't get me wrong, but I don't know what they're basing off of this one, but it kind of looks like the Silent Hill. He's kind of like at a random house, and he's trying to call his girlfriend. Well, we got disconnected, and then it's just like Resident's all by himself. It's weird. I don't know where they're going with that storyline, but I'm curious to see what the movie's going to be about. So, of course, I'm going to go watch it. Are you amped for Resident Evil directors a trip? I can't wait to see Resident Evil. Yeah. Would be Marty McFly. No, not really. Elliot Page's Achilles. Dude, I'm telling you, I think this movie Obsession, they hit it on point. Like, and the funny thing was, like, the entire movie, no spoilers, but, like, the cops never get involved. They, None of these people ever think to call the police. They try to rush her to the emergency room, and the emergency room wouldn't take her because she was like hitting herself with a brick. And it was like, the emergency room's not going to deny her. They have to take her. And then not only that, but they would call the police because they would think it was a domestic situation. Probably they would think he probably hit her or something just by the third eye. And how they didn't get the police involved is kind of weird. How like they just kind of pushed them out. But the jump scenes were scary, and the way she was moving was very scary. Very good. They did a very good job. Have you guys seen that movie, by the way, Obsession? Because I don't want to spoil it for you, but it's kind of like Be Careful What You Wish For. It's kind of like, I wouldn't say The Wishmaster, but I don't know, maybe The Butterfly Effect is, it's something similar to that. Um, I don't know. I can't think of another movie I can compare Obsession to. I just think it's like just be careful what you wish for kind of ordeal. But I think that he didn't his intent was not probably to get her to like him based on that, but it was like he probably just meant, oh well, here it goes. Let me just try and see what happens. But she doesn't start liking him right away. It's almost as if her mind gets taken over, and she's going back and forth between two different characters. And 1 minute she could be normal, and the next minute she goes completely ape shit, like out of normal. And then she slowly becomes an obsession. It's not, oh, she's just obsessing him right after the wish. And that's what I thought it originally was by the previews, where he breaks the stick, she goes up to the window, and you're thinking, okay, from there it's all obsession. It's like, no, it slowly builds to that point. She's like, it's almost like she's battling her own mind, if that makes sense. She's like, 1 minute she could be normal, and then the next minute she just completely flips, like completely flip script. And it's just, the whole movie has you on the edge of your seat. You know, it's kind of, I don't know exactly how to explain it. I just know that it's kind of hard to explain, but it's just, that's what I'm getting from her character. But she played a good role. Like her acting was just on point. She deserves a raise. She definitely deserves a part two. And whoever the guy was that was on the phone, by the way, that he was talking to, it's called like the Wish Willow or something like that. The box that it came in, and it was like he's like, just the guy was creepy on the phone. He's just like, hey, is there any way I can wish this wish away? He's like, no. And then he's like, so what's the only way I can get rid of it? He goes, well, I don't know. It's kind of for the rest of your life till you die. Like, it's just real creepy, but it was so good. It's just the movie just keeps you just amplified, man. I'm just saying it's the movie of the year so far. I don't know what other movie's going to top it, if anything. But Rotten Tomatoes gave it a 95. I gave it 100. That's the first time that I actually really enjoyed a movie from start to finish. Kind of crazy as that sound, doesn't it? But I actually enjoyed a movie from start to finish. There was a point where I had to go to the restroom, and I was like, man, I really got to go to the bathroom. And I'm like, but if I get up, I'm going to miss like 10 minutes, and it could be a really good part. And I'm like, I don't want to miss this, so let me just go ahead and sit here and just hold it in. And I was holding it in, and I'm just sitting there, I'm just watching the movie, and it was getting so good, man. I couldn't get up from my seat. It's like next time I need to have like a empty bottle of water so I could just pee in my empty bottle of water watching it. That's how good the movie was. I was really impressed. I enjoyed it. So I recommend you guys go see Obsession. That movie was really good. I watched Send Help I've seen Send Help. That one's a good one. Yeah, I like Send Help. There's going to be a bunch of good. This year is the year for movies. So, what do you prefer, the streaming or going to the movie theater? I'm old school. I like going to the movie theater, but it just sucks that where it's headed to. I'm shocked a lot of these movie theaters are still up and running because I just don't see anybody going to the movies anymore. Like I go once a week just to support the one down here, and even then, it's just it's not many people go up there. Like tomorrow's Tuesday, and they got the special for where you get the $8 movie tickets, and I'm going back because I want to go see the movie God in Us or something like that, where those two girls were like burned alive by their father and they're going back to avenge his death or something. And then there's another one. Let me look it up because I want to see exactly what it is because I saw it in the movie theaters. Hold on, let me see. Let me look it up. Give me 1 second. It's always giving me this Star Cinema Grill. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up. Um, okay, here it goes. Not Michael, not The Devil Wears Prada 2. I already seen Mortal Kombat 2, Obsession. I want to see In the Gray. In the Gray is another one that I want to go see. Um, it's rated R, an hour and 37 minutes. That I want to go see that one. The Is God is another one that I want to see. And I'm trying to look. I already seen Super Mario Galaxy movie. That one was a good one. They got Shrek the 25-year anniversary. I'm not really interested in seeing that. But yeah, there's definitely a couple of ones that I want to go see. Um, and the new Star Wars is coming out. Definitely a must see. I want to go see the new Star Wars. Let me go see if what's coming out the next week. Hold on. Today's what, Thursday, right? Or no? Let's see if anything's coming out on. Well, usually they have a sneak peek for something coming out every week. Yeah, Star Wars, the Mandalorian, and the Grogu. That's the one with Baby Yoda. And then let's see what's coming out next week. Because every Thursday they always drop a new one. The 28th of May they got Backrooms. Backrooms is a good one. Backrooms is a good one. And The Breadwinner. But Backrooms is the one where that guy is going through some like portal or wall, and there's like all these rooms, and it goes in like an infamous maze. It looks like that looks like a good one. It's also rated R. It's an hour and a half. So there's gonna be some really good movies coming out. Scary movies. Six is coming out on the 5th. It's dropping on the 5th, and I'm taking off on the 6th and the 7th to go see it. Um, a lot of good movies. Disclosure Day, fucking Resident Evil, Street Fighter's coming out. The new Star Wars is coming out. This is the year where I really feel like the movies is kind of just ramped up, and I just feel like a kid again going to the movie theaters, even though it's a lot more expensive now to go out. But I just feel like I'm kind of a kid again because I can go to the movies and enjoy myself and watch a movie, even if there's not anybody in the damn theater, you know. But I just hope the movie theater never shuts down because I mean it's probably going to happen eventually, but because the whole streaming thing and everybody's got illegal streaming and all that shit online now. But I'm gonna miss those days. I really am. But it feels good to go out on a Friday night or a Saturday night just to go enjoy a movie, get out of the house and just try not to think about all the stress that's going on in life as we hit inflation and all this crap and me on my politics videos I go off, but again it's this is kind of like my one thing where I could just get out of the house and just not think about anything for about 3 or 4 hours. Not even think about life, nothing, nobody, nothing, and just escape. It's my escapism. My escapism. The Passenger. Thank you for reminding me about that, Chris. That one, I want to go see too. That comes out on the 30th. Thank you for reminding me. Send Help was a good one. I'm ramped up for Resident Evil, and I'm ramped up for the Evil Dead as well. Yeah, I want to go see the Evil Dead, the new one. Oh my god. Have you seen the Evil Dead, the Evil Dead Burn? Have you seen the trailer for it? Did you see the one where she's like, "Boo," and she pushed him on all those knives, and she's trying to press him down into those kitchen knives in the washer? It's like, dude, now I really want to go see it. It's like, I'm an Evil Dead fan, and you got Evil Dead Army of the Darkness. I like that one. Don't get me wrong, but I feel it's more comedy than horror, other than the music. But The Mummy was good. Um, it's not like the one you're thinking with The Rock and Brandon Fraser. This is completely different storyline. It's more of a curse, and if you inherit this curse, you become like mummified. It's like, and then you become like you have like it's kind of like a zombie-ish look almost. It's and then it spreads from person to person. But yeah, The Mummy was good too. I really like that one. But like I said, so far, movie of the year, Obsession. If you guys have not seen it, I recommend you. The actress in there, I think her name's like Inedi or something like that. It's Inde. I can't pronounce it. Navarrete or something like that. Man, she is a great actress. Like, she makes you actually think that people are crazy. Like, she's just really good. She's really good at what she does, her craft. She's a great actress. Um, Man, she really sold her character. I got to give her credit on that. You know, Marvin said, were there any sex scenes? Not too much. It wasn't that much. Just on top of the clothes on type of stuff. It's not like you think. It's not like you're watching a porn or nothing. It's more like it's inside her mind. It's like a psychological thing after the wish was made, where she's going from normal to crazy. And you got to go see it. It was a good movie. Like I went to go see it at 7 o'clock, and I got out at about 9:30, and I was like, wow, this movie was good. Like so good, I had to make a video on it. Like I can't believe I'm actually doing a video on a movie. And I really don't do movie reviews. I've used to do them in the past, but nobody watches movie reviews. Come on. You know, you're just going to go watch the trailer, if anything, and nobody wants to watch somebody narrating a movie, you know? But I always have to say, and I probably will never review another movie again unless it's just really good. But this one takes the cake. Takes the cake, man. What was the latest movie you watched? I went and saw, Escape from Alcatraz. You guys probably never seen that movie, but it's with Clint Eastwood. Classic movie. It's about the three inmates that escaped from the Alcatraz prison the year before it closed. And you know, Clint Eastwood, he's like hands down one of the best actors of all time. And he's just like, he goes, there's a scene where he's in the shower and this one dude's like, I'm looking for a punk. And then Clint Eastwood turns to him and he's like, well, then why don't you teach me some tricks or something like that? And then the guy tries to swing at him. He just beats the living freaking crap out of him. Just beats the crap out of him. And it was just a really good movie, how like they plot their escape and how they set the dummies up and how they were able to maneuver their escape. And, you know, if that really did happen in real life, I don't know how the hell they were able to pull that off. But that was, you know, people say, hey, are they still alive? Or, you know, who knows? But I know the prison was shut down a year later after that. I guess they were kind of a little embarrassed that inmates escaped an island, that they were able to raft and escape. Well, they got eaten by sharks. Some people say, well, they're in South America. You know, there goes the, you know, the what if scenarios, you know, where are they at? Kind of like, where's Waldo? But where are the prisoners? Like, well, they escaped, obviously. Clint Eastwood versus John Wayne. You mean if they actually played in a movie together? They were supposed to till John Wayne passed away. But I heard allegedly they were supposed to do movies together. That's another classic right there. You have Clint Eastwood and John Wayne. That's like saying I want Mike Tyson versus Muhammad Ali, if they ever fought. It's kind of like that. But yeah, I don't know why John Wayne and Clint Eastwood never did a movie together. They were like two of the greatest actors of all time. But hands down, my favorite actor is, rest in peace, Vincent Price. Doesn't get better than him. That old man was on point. Good actor, by the way. Classic man. Classic. So it's a shame that he passed away 26 years ago. Wow, 1992. How long ago that was that he passed away. Whoa. No, he passed away 34 years ago. Whoa, how fast time is going. But yeah, classic actor. Vincent Price, one of my favorites. Of course, you know, in case y'all don't know who he is, you know, Thriller, Michael Jackson, he was the guy talking in the background. You know, that was Vincent Price. But yeah, he is a hands down best actor of all time. There's others, don't get me wrong, but Vincent Price will always have a place in my heart for the top 10 greatest actors of all time. Yeah, I see we got a lot of people in chat. Okay, so anybody from chat, have y'all seen Obsession yet? Have y'all actually seen the movie yet? Because I don't want to like spoil it, you know what I'm saying? And ruin it for you. Rotten Tomatoes gave it a 95. A 95. And I would say that sounds about right. I think what draws you into the movie more is the fact that, well, it's mostly on the guy Bear. Is his name Bear? Why the fuck would you name your son Bear? It's so like how stupid he is. Like how much of like a beta weak man like a weak man. And it's like I get it. They're trying to like touch into the whole like nerd thing. Like oh he's a nerd and he's a shy little kid inside of his big giant groanly man body and oh he's a simp and blah blah blah. I get it. I I get where they're trying to go with it. The whole the whole sum of the movie is this guy had no courage to ask her out. That's basically like the whole point of the movie. And like he had multiple chances to ask her out on a date. And I think she even hinted that she kind of liked him. And he even hinted that he liked her and she even asked him specifically like, "Do you like me?" Because I think he was giving her a ride home. That was before the breaking of the thing. And she's like, nobody calls me Freaky Nikki or something like that. And he's like, oh, I was just kidding. And she's like, do you like me or something? And he was like, he kind of froze and he's like, well, I like you as a friend. And she walked off. And I was like, that was your chance, like, to tell her, dude. I'm like, what's the worst she gonna say? No? Or I just think of you as a friend? I mean, what's the worst she gonna say? I'm not interested. But to be honest with you, her and him had two different backgrounds. He didn't drink, he didn't do drugs, he wasn't really like much of a party animal. He was kind of like shy and stuff. And the girl, like Nikki, she was the exact opposite. She did drugs. She was an alcoholic. Obviously, she was a party goer, and it was like two different attractions there. And I get it. He was probably fascinated in her looks, and he probably maybe has low self-esteem, or well, what am I saying? He does, and he has no courage to go talk to her, and he's never had experience with a woman, so he probably liked her because they were already friends, kind of similar, like friends anyway. They were co-workers. They worked together. So the thing, what the whole movie summed up to, none of this would have never happened if this dipshit would have actually tried to shoot a shot and just got turned down and went about his business. His homeboy was telling him, just shoot your shot, blah, blah, blah. What's the worst that can happen? And he never had the courage to ask her out and had multiple opportunities and like just completely froze up in the moment. And then that's when he just kind of like he sees that wish willow thing and he's like, well, here it goes. And he just says, I wish you loved me more in the world, more than anything. Blick. And then from there, it was just chaos. So it's kind of like he's like kind of a beta weak male. And I get where the movie was kind of going, like, you need to man up and ask her out, which I agree. But none of that shit would have never happened if he would have just done it. But then again, there wouldn't be a movie if he did. So that's the reason why. And that's how it gets you on the edge of your seat, because you're like, why would you do something like that? And it's just, your emotions get involved and stuff. And then that's how like that shock value, they get you into like drawn for more to watch the movie more, because you're curious to know what happens next and where does this end? What's the climax? What's the ending? And that's why that this movie is so good on how the characters portrayed themselves as the way they played their roles, because now you're just hooked. You're hooked. You're wanting more. It's like you're trying to get that dopamine rush, or you're trying to get that next caffeine high, right? So you're just trying to sit there and you're just waiting and waiting and waiting, and the movie's going along, and it's just you're driving yourself crazy. I didn't even go to the bathroom. That's how much I like this movie. It was really good. Hey, what's going on, Mr. Boston? It was good. Like, I think this is the year for movies. I really do. Like I said, there's a lot of good movies coming out. Like I said, Street Fighter, the new Resident Evil, The Evil Dead, Ashes, or Burn, I mean. It's called Evil Dead Burn. It's really creepy and gory. It has an 80s nostalgic feel to it. So if you watch the first Evil Dead, the first two Evil Deads, where it's real creepy, it's not comedy, comedic like the Army of the Dead. It's it has that number part one feel to it, where it's creepy and gory and that 80s nostalgic feel. It's real cool. I really liked it, man. Hands down. That's a movie I also want to go see. There's just so many good movies that are. I think this is really the year for movies that is just, I've probably seen at least about 30 this year. Just going to movie theaters, just on my off days or when I have time before I go to work, just to fucking catch a movie and just go to work. It's kind of cool. It's just a damn shame that like everything's so expensive to go out for most people that they don't get to go out and do these things. And it just wonders like, are we even gonna have movie theaters in 2 or 3 years? Probably not. Like I can already see we're kind of headed toward that direction. Just like the restaurant business, probably not. So like you guys are really gonna see the effects of how badly this economy is gonna take when these theaters close. It's that old saying, you don't know what you missed till it's gone, and then once it's gone, you're gonna be like, fuck, right? So that whole feeling of you don't know what you missed till it's gone. It just sucks, man. Yeah, but yeah, the actress was good. Even the character who played Bear, he did an amazing job. His best friend did an amazing job too. I think his name was Ian, and he said, "I need you to wish for me to make this go away." He said, "Fuck that! I'm not wishing that. I wish to have $1 billion." And he broke it, and all this money just started falling out of nowhere. He's like, "I'm a billionaire. I'm rich," and then boom, a bullet goes right through his head. See, I'm already telling you a lot about this movie. I just recommend you go see it. It's really, really good. I mean, like I said, I was supposed to go to the restroom, and I was holding my piss in, and I'm like, I gotta go, but I'm like, oh, I gotta watch it. I gotta see what happens. And I was just watching it. It's just one of those things where you're sitting there and you gotta use the bathroom. Like, I refuse to get up. It was so good. Yeah, go watch it, man. It was good. I'm telling you, Mr. Boston, I'm not, you know me, I don't do movie reviews, but this one, really worth it. I knew something about this movie was going to be good. And it go look at Rotten Tomatoes. 95 out of 100. If I could give it 100 out of 100, I would. If I had my own site. No longer offers $5 Tuesdays. We got the $8 Tuesdays. Tomorrow, we got $8 on Tuesdays. But yeah, and Scary Movie 6 comes out next month. So you guys, for June 5th, drops out on Friday, sneak peek on 4th on Thursday. For all you who want to get the sneak peek on Thursday, Scary Movie 6, I'm sorry, not 5, 6 is dropping June 5th. And I took off of work for the Saturday and Sunday so I can make sure that my seat is there so I can go watch it. I love scary movies, especially the first two are phenomenal. And I definitely want to go see it. So, like I said, I think this is the year for movies, man. I just gonna miss it when it's gone. He said he's gonna go watch the trailer. Go watch it, and then go watch the movie while you're at it. It has you at the edge of your seat. Marvin said, "Is there any political reference they try to put on this movie as saying, weak men need to go up and make?" I mean, I guess if you want to say that, the nerd culture, the whole nerd weak guys refusing to man up and ask her out. I was reading the comments and some of the girls are like, he gets what he deserves because he wished that on her. He forced her to like him when he should have man up and asked her out. And I'm like, yeah, that is true. I agree. I think we agree on that. I just think that from my perspective, when he was breaking it, he probably didn't think nothing of it. Like, have you ever seen the one where like it says 11:11 and you touch the clock and you make a wish? You ever heard of that old folk tale? Every time the clock hits 11:11, you're supposed to touch it and make a wish, and it comes true. Now, realistically, that's never going to happen, right? Now, you could say, I wish for it to be 11:12, and you know that that's going to happen because the clock will change, and that's realistic. But if you were to say, I wish I have $3 billion right now, realistically, that's probably not going to happen unless you already have that kind of money, right? Right? So that realistically that's not going to happen, right? It's not just money don't just fall out of trees, right? So it's kind of like one of those things. I think he didn't do it on purpose. I think that like he wished for it and didn't think and wasn't thinking clearly, and he probably didn't want to do the work or didn't have the courage to ask her out or just man up, I guess, and talk to her. So he just said, fuck it, I just want the easy way out. But he later paid for it. And I'll just say that. And I'll leave it at that. Okay. So karma kind of got him. And I'll just let you watch the movie and you figure out the rest. I'll leave it at that. But hands down, 1 out of 10, I give it a solid 11. Movie of the year so far. All the movies I've seen this year, that's movie of the year. All the movies I've seen, movie of the year. So if you guys ever get an off day or ever take time to go see it with your loved one, or you want to go by yourself or with a friend or whatever, I suggest you go to the movies and go see Obsession. I really liked it. I've never seen such great acting before. Like, for somebody to play so well into their character, it was like, because I've seen movies where people try to play in their characters and it just looks so badly put together. You could tell it looked rushed, it looked forced. They don't look like they really want to do it. Or did they pick the right actor, the right actress for this role? All these questions come into case when you're watching a lot of these movies that are coming out, you know? And then when I saw this one and I saw the acting, I thought the acting was played really well. Really well. In fact, spectacular. Like, never thought I would say that about a movie, but like I said, from the first part of the beginning of the movie all the way to the end, I was just glued to my seat. I just couldn't believe it. I didn't want to go to the bathroom because usually most movies you take a little bathroom break when you can tell it's kind of getting bland and boring for 10 minutes straight, blah, 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 blah. Like, you know what, fuck it, this restroom break time. Let me go ahead and get up because the climax is, we'll probably be here another 20 minutes. So that gives me a little 15-minute break. And most time you leave, you don't really miss anything. Most of these movies, you know, you're just like, I didn't miss shit. You know, did I miss anything? Nah, it's a bunch of bullshit. Okay, cool. So I didn't miss shit. This one, when you're missing like a part of the story. It's just like you have to be in your seat. You know, actually, the movie's so good, I might go watch it again. Maybe if not tomorrow, probably gonna be like maybe next week or something. It was that good that I might actually go see it again. But of course, there's some more good movies that are coming out. So, I mean, I'm a movie guy now. I mean, I've been a movie guy, but I enjoy going to watch movies. I'm old school. I like the movie theater. You know, I hope these movie theaters never close. I'm praying. You know, I'm just enjoying them till they last. What movie? I'll watch it. I'll watch it at home. See? Caitlin already said she's going to watch it at home. Boo! You suck. You suck, Caitlin. Say you're going to watch a damn movie at home. Or what Caitlin's really saying is she's going to find a sucker and a gentleman to buy her ticket. She got her sugar daddy going to buy her a ticket. Oh, you bad girl. Nah, but seriously though, I mean, you know, I like AMC, don't get me wrong. AMC Fountains is a better one at Stafford, but I like the you know me, I like Cinemark. Cinemark's got boneless wings, and I'm a boneless wing fan. So I like their barbecue boneless wings and their buffalo ones. And I'm talking about these wings are like this big. Like this big. I mean, I get the 20 piece and I never can finish them. I'm always like, I get to like Obsession, the one that's on the title. The one I've been talking about literally the last hour, for the last 38 minutes and 40 seconds. Somebody is not listening. The title alone says it. Obsession. I literally was just talking about this movie. Remember I said the guy couldn't build the courage up to ask her out, so he makes a wish, he breaks the stick. She ends up liking him. First it appears normal, she's kind of in and out of her behavior, and then it turns into a later crazed obsession. There's a lot of creepy shit in that movie that I will not tell you because you need to go see it. There's a lot of creepy, almost like paganism shit. I just say that you need to go watch it so that you can see. I wasn't here. Be quiet. I didn't see it. Well, you have the opportunity now to go see it. You have the opportunity. I told you. Go watch the trailer. If you haven't seen the trailer. Oh, you were in and out of the chat. Oh, so I wasn't entertaining enough. Is that what it was? So I was not entertaining enough for you to remain in the chat room because you have ADHD. That's why. No, but seriously though, go watch it. Um, there's some scary parts about in the movie, creepy parts that even had me doing this. Like I turned my head like I was like, I never do that type shit when I was a kid. When I was a kid, and I was doing that today. I did that today. I did that today. I was covering my face like this, and I was looking out the side. And I'm like, fuck. I haven't done shit like that since I was a child. I'm like, holy shit, this movie is good. It just had me at the edge of my seat. But, you know, if you want the whole sum of the movie is, he basically didn't have the courage to ask her out. He was real shy, timid, was a nerd. You could tell was very socially awkward. Didn't have the courage to ask her out. Went, cut corners, broke the damn thing. Probably didn't think nothing of it. And from there, it was hell and chaos. And it got worse and worse and worse throughout the movie. And I think that's how the build of the movie really gets to you and like gets you so hooked. Is the build. It's the build of the movie from there. She doesn't just become obsessive right away. It gradually gets to that point. Now, many people say, well, who's at fault? Is it her fault or his fault? And I'm like, well, technically, by definition, it's his. Because it would have all been avoided had he just would have asked her out and figured it out from there. You know? But, then again, you know, people are going to say, well, he didn't know it was going to happen. True. It probably was meaningless, but it was like a lesson learned. Like, be careful what you wish for. But the guy on the other line, I think, was the creepy one, too. Where he was on the phone with the guy and he was like, so is their love real? And he's like, well, just because you want it to be real doesn't mean it makes it any less. And just the way he said it was very creepy. Like, very creepy. Like, kind of trolling a little, but creepy at the same time. And it kind of gets you like, whoa, who is the guy on the other line? And here's the crazy part. You never meet the guy that's on the other line. He only talks to him really, I think, that one time. Yeah, he really only talks to the guy on the other line one time. You never know who that guy is. Which I'm kind of curious if we're actually going to have a part 2 to it. And, of course, you don't really need much of the characters from this one. Because it could be a whole different storyline with the same concept. And it could be somebody else, different storyline in a different city. Just saying. I don't know if you guys ever remember this, but if y'all ever seen Tales from the Crypt? Has anybody ever seen that, Tales from the Crypt? With that skeleton guy, the Crypt Keeper, and he tells stories. I felt like that movie kind of reminded me of an episode where this one guy kind of made a wish for this girl to like him or something. And I think it was a potion or something he poured into her drink. And then she drank it and then fell in love with him and then became crazy obsessed with him. If you know the actor from Pretty in Pink, the one that falls in love with that one girl at the end or whatever, not the nerdy guy, but the one that she ended up dating or whatever, being with him. He was kind of rich from a rich family. He was really nice, though. That is the actor that's in that episode, and he's the one that's trying to get with another woman that he makes her drink the potion. And so she becomes so crazy obsessed in him that he ends up, he tries to poison her, but the drinks got reversed, and then he ends up drinking it, and he dies. So when he dies, he goes to heaven, and there's the pearly gates, and he's walking around, and he's like, I think he's walking, he's like, thank God I never have to see her no more. I'm already dead, and I'm in heaven. And I ain't got to see that bitch no more. And then all of a sudden, it's like, darling, and he turns around, he's like, you know, he kind of has that fucking, that oh shit moment in the look of his eyes, like, oh shit. And it's her. and she's fucking like a dead skeleton, a rotten corpse, and and she and she's like, I couldn't stand a chance without being alone without you. So I drank the poison too. And now we're together forever. And he's like, oh, he's just screaming. And God's not around, Jesus not around, but there's a big ass fucking pearling gate and a lot of like clear smoke. And when I saw that episode, I was like, you know what? That kind of reminds me of that little like skit, of that little like 30-minute show. Kind of reminds me of this movie, a little different, but almost to the T, just a little bit different. But he I happen to think, going back to that Tales from the Crypt episode, I don't think he was actually in heaven. I think he was in hell. And I think what it was the Pearling Gates wasn't really the Pearling Gates. I think he was in hell and it just looked like the Pearling Gates. I think he was in the gates to hell and he just thought he was in heaven. But he was walking around all, yeah, I got rid of that bitch. I'm finally here. I'm fucking in heaven and I'll never have to see that fucking cunt whore again. And she just comes and she's like, darling. And then he's like, like that. He had that fucking oh shit moment on his look on his face. Oh, fuck. Where'd you come from? She's like, I couldn't stand the sight without being without you. So I drank the poison too. And now we're both to be together forever. I was like, holy shit. And he was screaming. And I was like, oh, the movie ends right there. I was like, oh, fuck. He's in the ultimate fucking hell for the rest of eternity with her. It's like, hey, man, be careful what you wish for, because you never know what could happen. Yeah, just go watch it. That's Tales from the Crypt. They had a similar episode to that, to Obsession. You gotta watch it. But the guy from Pretty in Pink, the rich guy, the one that was real nice, not the asshole one, but the one that was nice, he's the actor in that movie, in that episode. And he's like, so you mean if she drinks this potion here, she's gonna fall in love with me? Yeah, that's all you have to do. It was like some fortune teller or some shit, I think, that gave it to him. Oh, well, this ought to be easy. And he's like, here, babe, have a drink. And then she had a drink and just became romantic, and then she just got so crazy obsessed with him. At first, I think he wants to kill her, because she can't get rid of her. So he's just like, I'm gonna get rid of this bitch. He's like, she's driving me up the wall. And that's when he started putting rat poison in her drink, because they were drinking together. And then he left, and then somehow I think she switched the drink because she didn't realize he was trying to poison her. But I think she switched it because she didn't like, I don't know, something with the flavor. I got to go back and watch the episode. But he's like, how's that drink, baby? She's like, oh, it tastes good. And he's just sipping his drink. He's like, wait a minute, hold on. And then she said, oh, I forgot to tell you, actually, I switched your drink with mine because mine was messed up, so I wanted to give you the better one. And he just realized he was fucked. He died. And I think if I remember correctly, he goes, that fortune teller, he's like, how do I get rid of this bitch? And she's like, well, you are together till death do you part. And he's like, that's it. I'm going to kill this bitch. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to fucking do, So, that it just, you got to go watch it. It's a really good episode of Tales from the Crypt. So, yeah, I mean, it's just a classic episode, man. It reminds me a lot like Obsession. The same plot, same storyline, just drug out into an entire movie. But yes, this movie was good. I recommend you guys to go see. Actually, go see both. Go watch Tales from the Crypt. I think it's called I think it's from either season 1 or season 2, but I would type in Tales from the Crypt, Obsessed or Love or something to see what pops up on the findings. But, it's a really good episode, and it kind of reminds me of the show, of this movie, a lot like it. And I think they did a really good job. Yeah, it's really good. In fact, I would recommend to go watch both, in fact, if you can. But so many people say Obsession. They're thinking of the one with what's her name, the singer, Beyonce. I'm like, no, that's a good movie too, but no, this is a complete different one. I recommend to go watch it. It is Love to Death episode. Yes, there you go. There you go. That's the one to go watch. It reminds me of that one in this movie a lot. Almost the same concept. It was really good. I was just at the edge of my seat, but yeah, This is the year for movies. This is definitely the year. I might do a video where I tell you all the movies I've seen this year, and might go over all the movies I've seen back in the past, tell you which ones I like, didn't like. I might do a show on that one day. I don't know. Just kind of go over all the movies I've seen. But again, I this is one of the best movies I've seen this year, hands down. And there was a lot of good movies this year. Don't get me wrong, but this one was really good, really, really good. Yeah, first episode of season 3. There you go. That's it. I haven't seen Michael. Was that one any good? I was told that it was the nephew that plays Michael Jackson, and it looks just like him. Everybody's talking about it. They're like, yeah, that his nephew looks just a split image of Michael. Many people said it looked like Michael Jackson. His nephew, split image of him. It looks like Michael Jackson reincarnated. I shit you not. It looks just like him. Like, split image of Michael Jackson. Yes, it was good. Okay. I need to go. Was it a documentary or was it a movie? Was it a documentary or a movie of Michael Jackson? Okay. Which Michael Jackson was it? Was it Michael Jackson black version? Or was it the white man Michael Jackson? Which one was it? Because he had two different ones. You had the white man Michael Jackson. You had the black man Michael Jackson. Which Michael Jackson was it? I'm just saying there were two different Michael Jacksons. There was one before and after. There was one in his previous life where he was black, and then there was one in his transformation where he became a white man. So which one was it? Or is it the movie based on both characters? They really should have done a movie on Michael Jackson when he was white. I'm just curious to see what it was like in that part of his life. Because we've already seen all the documentaries when he first came in the business. I just want to know what was his transformation about, and what was his mind like when he became white. Because I'm just curious to know, like, what was the reason behind it. Like, because some people say, well, it was some sort of spots or so, like Villa or something like that, and then some people say that was bullshit, that wasn't true, that he just did it because he just wanted to be lighter. I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of curious if maybe they could do a movie on that. I think it would be kind of fascinating. Have you heard of the robot chicken where the real Black Michael was kidnapped by aliens? Oh, and he was a clone. No shit. No shit. No shit. I didn't know that. Yeah, but they should do a documentary on that. I would be fascinated to know about that. You got two different Michael Jacksons. That's why I was asking. Which Michael Jackson was it? Was it black or white? Just asking. But no, go see the movie Obsession. I mean, I keep mentioning that name so many damn times. And you know what I had today? I had the Love Me Tenders from Star Cinema Grill. You get big, fat, juicy chicken tenders with sweet potato fries and ranch and ketchup and barbecue sauce for the chicken tenders. Mm-hmm. Just saying. I was feasting today, man. Like I would say that this movie hands down is 10 out of 10. If I could rate it higher, I would. They're doing a part 2? No shit. Well, I got to see the first one. The first one's out in theaters. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of good movies coming out this year. A lot of good movies, guys. That Resident Evil, go watch the trailer for Resident Evil. Go watch the trailer for The Evil Dead Burn. Go watch the trailer for Street Fighter. Disclosure Day. The new Scary Movie 6. Go watch all the trailers, but I'm telling you guys, you are missing out if you are not watching these movies, man. It's just I've been just at the edge of my seat. What movies this year? I've been so obsessed in watching movies this year, just to get my mind off of shit. You get bored with your time and you just want to find a way to escape. Escapism. Yeah, it's what's good for the soul. So they're doing a part 2 to Michael Jackson. You know what? I want to see if they're gonna do. They're gonna have to do another one to. What's the one with that zombie outbreak in Europe? Um, what is that movie? Zombie outbreak in Europe. Somebody help me. 28 years later, they made a part 2 to the new one, and they got to make a part 3. So I'm thinking it'll be out in January 2027. I haven't seen previews on it, but I'm taking it. It's got to be good. The first one sucked to the new 28 years later. The second one was good. We're going to see what the third one is. The third one. Yeah, I'm okay. I just got sinuses. Cough. I usually get them this time at night. It's the weather change. The weather change, baby. It is the weather change. So what's going on, Simone? How you been, bro? Give me one sec. Sinuses suck. I saw you did a show with Moohead earlier. Yeah, we did basketball NBA talk. I'm just going to do a straight upload to it. For some reason on my premieres, I don't get too many views, but on live streams I get a little more. But my premieres, I'm just gonna, if I already did a live show with somebody on their other channel, I'm just gonna straight upload it to my shit. But we did an NBA talk today. It was really good for about an hour and a half. So I had a good show on that. And then I went to the movie theater, and then came back today, and then now I'm streaming about this movie. It's a must-see television. Must-see. Are you guys gonna go watch Obsession? Or have you already seen it? Have you guys already seen it? Yeah, Spurs, I heard, won in double overtime. Yeah, Spurs won in double overtime. Oh, shit, my bad. I spoiled it for you, Caitlin. God damn it. Look at how I already spoiled it for you. I already fucking spoiled it for you. But aren't you you're from Jersey, right? So you are I think you said you're a Broncos fan. So what basketball team do you root for? Do you root for the Knicks? Do you root for the Brooklyn Nets? Because technically they used to play in Jersey. You did say you were a Broncos fan. You told me you was. You been told me you were a Broncos fan. You did too. Yeah, you told me you were a Knicks fan. No, a Broncos fan. Did you not? You like the Spurs and the Celtics. Two-teamer. You got to pick one and stick with it. Like, I'm a Rockets fan, So, but I enjoy watching other teams. Don't get me wrong. But mainly I'm a Rockets fan. The only teams I root for outside of my area are two teams: the Longhorns and the Texas Rangers. I'm not an Astros fan. Everybody be asking me if I'm an Astros fan. I'm like, no, I'm not actually. But Texas Rangers fan. I like Rangers baseball. We won the World Series in 2023. I'll take that to the bank. And then I'm also a Longhorns fan. Diehard Longhorns fan. I don't root for no college teams out here. Rice, U of H, HBU. I don't root for none of them. I only just root for the Longhorns, and I root for my Rangers that are outside of Houston. But Rockets, Texans, I root for them here. My home team's here. Man, I'm telling you, um, are you gonna go see Obsession? No, Obsession is only just one movie. It's part one. I don't know if there's gonna be a part two to it. I would like to be a part two, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Um, I would recommend going to the movies or whatever. If you can access it on the internet, watch it. I recommend it. Very good movie from start to finish. I really enjoyed it. You're gonna look it up on your TV? Okay, cool. Well, make sure you definitely go watch it. So it's a must see. And like I said, Scary Movie comes out next month, June 5th. It drops. So that's another one. Go look that one up. Disclosure Day. When did it come out? It just dropped Friday of last week. No, yeah, it just dropped out last Friday. So Obsession just came out. Still in theaters. If you want to go see it, by the way, or if you just want to watch it at home, you can do that. Then I recommend you do that. Marvin said, "Now you're making me want to go watch it." Yes, absolutely, my dude. Go watch the movie. I'm telling you, you're gonna like it. It's just I never been hooked onto a movie like this. Like, I mean, where I'm actually watching it from beginning to the middle to the end. I never thought I just didn't want to leave my seat. It was so good that I didn't want to leave. Mortal Kombat 2, what do you rate it? I got up for mini restroom breaks on that. A 3, 2. Look, man, it's not personal. I mean, you know how Mortal Kombat's going to end. But, let's see, the bad guys are trying to take over the world. No, all the good guys are going to win. I mean, you kind of know where it's going. Who's the guy with the forearms that's on Mortal Kombat? He was not on part 2. I'm like, why did you not have him on part 2, bruh? He's one of my favorite characters, but you don't have him on part 2. He's the one with the forearms. He should have been on there. She put okay. That's what's up, Caitlin. Hey, Caitlin, you're from Jersey. Does it snow a lot up there? Do you guys get a lot of snow, a lot of like rain? Because on my bucket list, I've always wanted to go to Atlantic City. That's like my bucket list special. And then I want to go to Maine because that's where my favorite Arthur's from. Y'all know who lives in Maine? Who's from Maine, right? He's an Arthur, made a bunch of movies. Stephen King. Stephen King's from Maine. So I want to go to Maine and hopefully meet Stephen King. I'll maybe sign some books or something. Get an autograph from him. And then after that, I want to go fishing in Maine because I heard they're really good for fishing. So that sounds like something that my cup of tea if I ever decide to go up there. We're in the 90s all week, which is strange in May. Oh, for the weather? Are we going through what's called a what do they call it? Um, global warming? I never would have imagined in my life that global warming is possibly true. People have been saying this for like 10, 15, 20 years that if we pollute the ozone and this and that, carbon emissions, it's possible that we could, create the ozone layer to get hotter. And there's always been debates back and forth about it. Well, is it really true or not? And you can tell that the weather's kind of changing. Let me think about it. It doesn't get as much cold like it used to. It's kind of like a weird way to describe it, but like, we rarely get cold weather down here. Only like in January. But like when I was a kid, we used to get cold weather from like November to February. But like now it's just like 1 month out of the year, and like you get your cold fronts that last just a little bit, but not too long. When am I coming? You know, that's a good question. When do you recommend is the best time to go to Atlantic City? Because, like I said, I'm a gambling man. I like to gamble. And I heard that the Jersey, like the shores of Jersey, not Jersey Shore, the show, but the shore of it, you know, by the eastern part of it, is good for fishing, water sports. That's what they say. If I'm gonna travel the northeastern part of the United States, it's gonna be because of the fishing, and anything. Maybe try some seafood and go out to the shore areas. Mainly for fishing. You know, that's what my plan is. That's like I want to go to Maine so bad for that everybody keeps talking about is their fishing. And I'm like, I kind of want to do that. I would like to get on like a fisherman boat where they're trying to capture a whole bunch of fish with the netting and everything, and the ocean current waves are rocking back and forth, and I'm getting seasick, and I got to take those magic stuff so that way I don't get seasick. Motion pills, I think I should call it motion pills or something. You can get them over the counter, and then just say, hey, let's go fishing, man. Let's do this. Let's go in the water. I just hope it's not like Gilligan's Island, where the boat collapses and I'm stuck on a fucking island with Gilligan and Skipper and Ginger and Marianne. I'm hoping and praying that doesn't happen. I'm hoping and praying that does not happen. Any time is good, but the summer is better because of the boardwalk and the beaches. Exactly. So you're saying the summer is better? Well, definitely, I wouldn't mind going up there during the summer to visit. It sounds like a very unique place. Like I said, I wouldn't mind going up there. Wouldn't mind going to Maine, maybe certain parts of the NY area, New York. Maybe go see the Statue of Liberty. It's been on my bucket list. I got some bread, so I said maybe one day I might want to go spend a little money. Go up there and have a good time, and maybe get out of the house. Maybe go up there for like a week. Maybe go on vacation for like a week or two, and just go up there for the scenery and just go up there and see what they have to offer. You know, have some fun because, like I said, life's short. You know, and I'm not all like a traveling buff, but I'm not but again, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't be foolish to say that I wouldn't mind traveling to certain places, and of course, there's all parts of the world that I would like to go to travel, definitely. Hiking the mountains, like Hawaii is definitely something on my bucket list. I want to go to Hawaii and go see and go see the mountains in Honolulu, and do the whole like walk on the bridge and those long bridges and wooded areas, and get a scenery for the island life. You're trying to come there? I'm trying to come there. Where's there? Where's there? Yeah, I'm just curious, Caitlin. Your last name is Devon. That sounds French, right? Oh, I'm in Texas. There's not really. Look, I'm gonna be honest with you. Here in Texas, Houston is not known. They're known for their food, but their barbecue. You can do that anywhere. If you're looking to have fun, I would recommend going to Galveston, the island of Galveston, and going south of Galveston towards South Padre Island and stuff like that. That's where the fun's at. Um, if you want to go, like, let's say, if you want to go for like the hills and hunting and fishing, you're going to go to South Texas, course, the Bay Area and Galveston. But if you're going for like nightlife, Dallas, DFW, and of course, Austin. That's where you're going to go for the nightlife. But I wouldn't come to Houston because there's really not much here. Now, if you're coming to Houston and you're staying at somebody's house or something, that's one thing. And you got what's called like a chaperone. Like when I was in Dallas, I had a buddy of mine, kind of like he's a friend of mine, but he was a chaperone, and he would show me all around the area places to go. And there's still places I haven't been to in Dallas that I plan on going. But he's a chaperone. Well, he's not a chaperone. I call him a chaperone because he knows that whole area like the back of his hand. And so I said, well, if you knew somebody in Houston, stay at their place, and you have a chaperone kind of show you around Texas to the good spots. Like I said, Galveston is known for their food. Is known for there's a little party life down there. Um, but if like you can go to the what do they call it the biker rally in November, Mardi Gras in February. They got other events in Galveston that are pretty good, but those are like one of the two biggest ones. Um, if you're going to go to the DFW area, there's a lot to do in Fort Worth. There's a lot to do in the Dallas area. A lot to do. Austin, the same thing. They got Austin 6th Street. It's kind of like their New Orleans style of Bourbon Street, New Orleans, where people are walking around the streets, partying and stuff. Same thing on 6th Street in Austin. It's the same concept. But mostly Austin is more the college party life. Most of a lot of college students are there from the Texas Longhorns, and that's where they like to go party on 6th Street. So you'll see people predominantly probably 18 to like 30, somewhere in that range, and they're just partying like it's 1995. Oh, you'll be there soon. That's cool. But like I said, find yourself like a chaperone, or if you knew some buddies down there, it would be a lot easier than going by yourself. You want to make your trip mean something, so you actually want to. It's better if you're gonna go with someone, or someone is down here that you can have a good time with, because it's going by yourself, you're not gonna have that same experience. Just in my personal opinion. Just in my personal opinion. If you're gonna any some people like to travel by themselves, and that's fine, but you'd have to do an itinerary, make sure that you get your ducks lined up to know where to go, what to have fun. 'Cause the last thing you want to do is get there and not know what the fuck to do. You're gonna end up stuck and in disposition. You want to prepare ahead of time. So you want to have your ducks lined up. Make sure if you have somebody down there that you can sort of have a chaperone with, that's great. It makes it a lot better, makes your experience a lot better. Or if you have friends you're gonna go with, or if you have relatives, friends, family, somebody that lives in this area, that's even better. You know, you could say you're visiting, and then while you're visiting, you can do X, Y, Z. You know, um, there's a lot to do in Dallas. Oh my God, I went to go see Bonnie and Clyde's gravestones with the infamous bank robbers of Bonnie and Clyde. They're both from Dallas. I went to their grave sites. I went to go see Stevie Ray Vaughan's grave site. Rockin', early rock and roll singer from the Dallas area. I also went to go see the Reunion Tower, Big Crystal Ball. You're traveling all the way up, and it's like $30 to get in or whatever. They got some really good places to eat. Addison Kaboom Town is a really good event. Fireworks show July 3rd every year, where they light fireworks on the Addison Airport, at the private airport in Addison Airport in North Dallas. I wish I was going this year. Unfortunately, I can't. But I went last year. It was amazing. July 4th, fireworks show at Fair Park. Amazing. I most likely will not be able to go out this year because based on my work and how they're doing the new scheduling, based on taking days off, they only allow 2 people off per day for males and 1 female because we're so short staffed. They used to let off 4 or 5 guys, and they put a stop to that. So when I tried to sign up, I noticed that July 3rd and the 4th were occupied with 2 guys. So I said, well, I can't do that now. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to wait. You have cousins there, and my neighbor moved there. Oh, okay. Okay. That's what's up. One of your plans of going to DFW. When do you plan on doing that? When you go to DFW, if you don't mind me asking, like when you plan on traveling there? Yeah, if you go to Fort Worth, Stockyards, if you're into the rodeo, they got a bunch of rodeo stuff over there where you go in the stores and you see people walking in Wrangler boots and cowboy hats. If you're into that, my forte. So it's kind of a yeah. Make sure that you are you going to be staying with family? If so, that saves you on hotel cost. So the only thing that definitely saves you on hotel costs, and trust me, it can get pretty expensive. You stay at a cheap hotel for 5 6 days, that's like $400 to $500, right? Even if it's $95 a day, do the math, right? So if you can find somebody to stay with down there, like I do, I got a homeboy that lets me crash at his place in his guest room. So he says, "Hey, I save you 500 600 bucks right there and then on hotel costs." I'm like, "All right, bet." Stay at his place, and then we go out place together. And I'll return the favor. I'll buy him food sometimes, or I bought his Mavericks tickets when we were going to the Mavericks games, and I felt like that was kind of like me paying him back for him allowing me to stay in his place because he really technically doesn't have to do that. He can just say, "No, you got to go to a hotel." So it just depends on who you know down there. If you got family to stay with down there when you're down there, let them crash. You can crash at their place for 3 4 5 days. That'll save you 3 500 bucks. So make sure to get your ducks lined up. Especially if you're going to travel. Yeah, especially if you're going to travel, make sure you have your ducks lined up. I definitely would recommend that. Don't just go somewhere cold turkey. Um, yeah, every time I go to Dallas or I go to San Antonio even when I went to Cali, I made an itinerary and I put together like things I want to do. I start looking up stuff, when I'm down there, stuff like that. Like July 4th coming up, so I'm going to the fireworks show. Oh, I want to go to the fireworks show, but I can't. I got to work. But they're gonna have a fireworks show the next day on the 5th, and I got off on the 5th through the 8th, and I requested off, got approved. So there's gonna be an event on July 5th. That's a fireworks show at the Lone Star Saloon, and I said I'll be there on the 5th of July. So I'm like, definitely gonna do that. But yeah, make sure that you get your ducks lined up when you're traveling. Don't just travel somewhere for the hell of it. Actually get your ducks lined up. And your expenses, travel costs. Now, of course, you're going to have to go by plane. That's going to be pretty pricey, assuming because gas prices have gone up, fuel jet prices have gone up. So your ticket may cost 40% more. Just FYI. Now, if your family said, "Hey, look, we'll pay half, you pay half," hey, everybody wins. Or you find yourself not a sugar daddy down there that'll pay for your plane ticket. Even better. Just FYI, food for thought. And so then you can get down there. Then you would just say, "Okay, I have to. How long am I going to be here? Let's say 5 days. I'm going to be here 5 days." Then you're going to have at least. I mean, if you want to go cheap, you can do the 500, like 3 or 400 bucks, and make it last. If you just want to do minimum. But if you want to ensure that you're going to have somewhat of a good time, I try to double up. I would try to, like, if I'm gonna do that, I'll probably, about 500, 600, especially if you know where you're going to go and you can sort of limit to what you're going to buy. Now, of course, that's a little easier said than done when you're window shopping at the mall and you're like, "I want to do this, I want to do that, and I want to buy stuff." And I'm like, uh-oh. I see something I like. Uh-oh. I see something I want to buy. Uh-oh. And so now it can cost. Like I went to San Antonio for like 4 days. And I said, "Man, I'm only going to spend a couple hundred, like 2, 3, 400. Nah, San Antonio was like 2.5 hours from here. I thought, okay, 2.5 hours, good. I'm not going to spend that much. Man, you know how much money I spent in San Antonio? $1,400 in 4 days. Just spending money. But sometimes you have to do that to have fun. Sometimes like you go frugal, which is fine if you could find some really cheap place to have fun. But sometimes you want to go the extra route. You might want to splurge. You might want to eat out. Then you might want to get a couple gifts to come home, take home gifts and stuff from the gift shops, and then maybe want to get your moms or pops something. It's sort of like, hey, I was thinking about you when I was down here, got you a little something, something, and it can get pricey. It can get pricey. I spent $1,400 on the trip, and I wasn't even gone that long. And then there were times where I think the longest trip I ever been on was 2 weeks. From October, I think the 10th to the 22nd, I was gone for like 12 days on vacation. And I spent $600. I found a really cheap hotel, and it was cheap in a bad area. It was like $50 a day, and I kind of regretted it. I was kind of like, okay, I should have spent a little more so that my safety is not an issue. And I should have went to a more expensive hotel that was 90 days but felt a little bit more comfortable instead of being in an area where I felt like I was kind of like my safety was an issue. And I was like, fuck. I was like, next time I'm going to do my due diligence. And I didn't make that mistake again. Fuck that shit. You know what I have seen? I don't think that movie's gonna be that good. Secondly, I've seen Pete about rebuilding the temple, and that's gonna cause World War III to start. Oh shit! No shit. Now comes the talk, right? I said I'm just saying I like that movie. So yeah, Mr. Boston, I know you weren't here earlier, but I want to go. I was telling her how I wanted to go to Maine and I wanted to go to Jersey for the fishing. I want to get on a fisherman boat, like an actual real fisherman boat. The ones that have those small boats and where they catch fish with a large net in. Like, I've always wanted to do that. Like, real talk, like, seriously. And just go out there. Like, pay a local fisherman. I'll say, look, I'll pay you $500. Just take me for the experience, man, please. Even if it's a couple hours, just give me the experience of a life and allow me to go. He probably would do it. Into the entire movie, just briefly from time to time. Spent 3 minutes looking through it. Damn, that fast? I think he might be talking in the one that I was just talking about now, Obsession. It's a good movie, man. I recommend you watch it. I'm a movie guy. I like it. It's a little creepy. There's some creepy paganism shit in there, but I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the movie. No, absolutely, Mr. Boston. I'm not denying any of that. Everything what you're saying in the bottom is true. Caitlin Devon said, okay, so you're going to DFW. When you go to DFW, Devon, let me know. Miss Caitlin, let me know. Definitely let me know whenever you go. And let me know if you have a good time. Maybe you could take some pictures or something and say, hey, this is where I went to. But I could tell you a lot of good places to go in Dallas that you would like. Like I said, go to Bonnie and Clyde's gravesite. Go to the Reunion Tower. You can go to the Dallas Arboretum. It's beautiful. Dallas Arboretum. They're good for shows, and not only that, but they have what's called the holiday where they'll decorate it for Halloween and have the pumpkin patches and everything. And for Christmas, they got the light show, and it brights up beautiful at night. They have shows all the way up to midnight. And it's I've been saying for years I'm gonna do it, but I told my buddy, look, man, we gotta do it at Dallas Arboretum. We have to. You know what I'm saying? That's a must. I am launching the weekend after Labor Day. Oh, for the sailboat. Man, you're lucky. That sounds like fun. Like I said, I've always wanted to do sailboating. I've actually wanted to get on a boat. Not a yacht, just a boat. A yacht's more for the party life. Not that I'm saying I wouldn't want to be on a yacht, but that's not really the boat I was thinking of. I just want to get on a sailboat. Something not fancy, to something kind of cool and have an experience of a lifetime. And and just create memories, for fishing. I want to get a big, large net and just throw it in the water and try to catch a whole shitload of fish like those fishermen do. I really want to do that. Like, just to say that I did it. And I want to go where the water's just rocking the boat, rocking a boat. And I don't know, man. I've always been fascinated in that shit. Just always like an itch that I have to scratch to get it done, you know? It was rather disappointing. Oh, the new Resident Evil movie. Okay. Well, thanks for letting me know so I don't waste time. No, he's not talking about Obsession. He's talking about Resident Evil. It is a little weird. It's a different storyline. It's not what you're thinking of the original Resident Evils. We have the most cultured TV. Meanwhile, yeah. So, Caitlin, yeah, you live in Jersey. You know where like Cape May's at? Because they used to have a Loran station down there, and a buddy of mine used to be stationed down there for the Coast Guard. And of course, it got closed down by Barack Obama. He closed it down when he was downsizing the military. But he used to stay in a Loran station out there. He was electronics technician for the Coast Guard. Oh, okay. They closed that Loran station down. So are you close? Are you closer towards the western part of Jersey, or are you closer towards the eastern part, like by Atlantic City and all that, or by the beaches? Just living for the dream. Well, yeah, man. Yeah. Just living for the dream. Your sailboat's a yacht. Ooh. Well, touche. That's good, man. I'm proud of you. You know? Proud of you. Ain't nothing wrong with people that, can afford those things. Shit, I wish I could afford a yacht. I don't know how much they go for, but I would love to have one. But where am I going to put it? My neighbor has a sailboat that's right across the street for the longest time before he died from COVID, believe it or not. He used to have a boat across the street, and he would park that damn thing on the driveway, and the driveway's tilted upward. It was a small driveway, and he put the big damn boat there. I'm like, man, that had to be a pain in the ass. I think they ended up selling that boat because, of course, he's no longer here. So family had no use for it because they really never use it. But I remember he used to have that boat there for the longest time when I was a kid, and I used to just see him with the boat. And it never dawned on me to ask him to go sailing. Believe it or not, he passed away back in want to say maybe 2021. And I was coming home from one night, about 3 weeks after his death. Late at night, I was coming home from Walmart because I was working at Walmart at the time. Anyways, let me get my trash can here. I come back to the house, and I'm, I always park on the side of the house. I never park in the driveway. So I'm parking on the side. It's, I got off at 11 at night because store closed at 11. By the time we clean up, get out, you're looking about midnight. I was only home about 12:30. It's pitch black outside. Didn't think nothing of it. I pull up, put the car in park. I get out, I look, and I don't believe in like the whole like ghost thing. Man, unless something fucking with my eyes, I thought I saw him. Like, saw him staring at me. Weird. Standing right next to that truck. He has this big ass truck out there. And where I park, his driveway's right there. When I got out, I was like, I just looking at him, and he was just looking at me. And I was like, I didn't even know he died. I just thought he was just standing there. Then he walked along the side of the house and walked to the front of the door. And then when he hit the side of his house going towards the other neighbor's house, that I never saw him after that. I just didn't think nothing of it. I just like, oh, he's probably got home late from work or something. And then I later line up. I think my peoples told me that he died, and I was like, when he died, they're like, well, he died then. I'm like, well, that's impossible because I just saw him the other day. How the hell is it? I was like, what the fuck? Am I tripping? I think like, man, my mind's playing games with me. So I went, I saw the neighbor outside, the daughter. She comes by to visit every now and then. And I went to go see her, and I said, hey, I didn't know your dad passed away. Yeah, he passed away from COVID. I said, what the fuck? I said, I just seen him outside like about a week ago. Like, standing there looking at me. Like, I didn't think nothing of it. I thought maybe, we just ran into each other. So I just said, hey, what's up? And he just looked at me, and I said, okay. And he just walked around the house. And she's like, oh, he died a while back. And I was like, man, who the fuck was that? Well, I didn't say that, but in my mind. And then she just looked at me and was like, yeah, you're like the fourth person that's told me that, that's seen him. And I was like, whoa, so he's an aberration or a ghost or something. Like, damn, the fuck? Now that's crazy. Imagine that. Sailboats are actually pretty cheap. Atlantic City, a coastal resort city, southeastern New Jersey, situated on an island alongside Atlantic Ocean. It's famous for iconic boardwalk, casinos, and wind sandy beaches. Really? The small hat invasion? Yeah, Atlantic City. Books are boating. My grandma had one in her driveway too. Oh, boat? Central Jersey in the middle. That's pretty cool. Jersey seems like a pretty fun place. Like I said, if I always wanted to go, you know where I want to go see? The Statue of Liberty. I know that sounds kind of like, everybody's like, well, no shit, Steven. Who doesn't? I wouldn't mind going on the Statue of Liberty. I wonder if you could actually travel up the whole thing. Now that would be cool. I would want to do that. The second is the Sailor's Bible. Those two books will teach you everything you need to know about selling and boating. No shit. That's interesting. What about you, Mr. Boston? Do you believe in the afterlife? Like, do you believe in that stuff? Or do you think that's all just folk tale? Because I'm not a firm believer, I would say, necessarily of ghosts or aberrations or whatever you want to call it. But I would say that I know what I saw, and I just say I thought the dude was still alive. Just weird. Just maybe my mind was playing tricks on me because it was late at night and it was dark. But I could have swore I seen him. I even said what's up to him. I didn't think nothing of it. Just thought he was getting off of work, or coming outside or something. Yeah, I used to work at Walmart, man. I worked there for 4 years, and I fucked my back up working for that company. Um, like I said, there are some pros and cons. The PTO, PPTO is good to work for Walmart for, but it's just, but working in the back on those trucks are not fun and they're not easy. And when you don't have enough people working back there, yeah, you're tossing boxes around, 5,000 boxes on one truck, beds and cat litter that weigh 50 pounds a pop, and dog food that weigh 100-pound bags, and a whole bunch of cases of water. Dude, you will throw your shit out. You will throw your back out. This is what happened to me. I fucked my back up working for them, and I'm still, to this day, like having lower back pain issues from Walmart. It's like, that's what happens when you work manual jobs, like labor jobs. And even if the pay was good, because of course you're gonna throw out slave labor, slave wages, but even if you got paid well, like if they paid you $40 an hour, it's not worth fucking your back up over it. It's not worth it. I would take less to not fuck my back up. It's not something that I would want to recommend to people. You know, there's nothing wrong with the labor industry. I've worked for, like I said, places where required heavy lifting, but it catches up to you after a while, man. You can't do it forever. I'm telling you, when you fuck your back up, it's not worth it, man. It's not worth doing that shit. I've been sailing since I was 6 months old. Man, that's pretty cool. Like I said, it was always a dream for me to go sailing. I don't know why, but it's always been a dream. You guys ever seen that movie, What About Bob? It's with, what's his name? What About Bob? It's with, Bill Murray. Remember where his doctor was Dr. Leo Marvin, and then they ended up, he was like, he had an obsession with sailing. He had a sailboat in like a retirement home, basically. And somehow Bob like got tied to the sailor thing, And he was sailing. He's like, look, I'm sailing. And it's like, man, that looks so fun, you know? Does the movie start with him talking to her in the restaurant? Obsession? I believe so. Hopefully my mind does not go blank. Please tell me that my mind's not going blank here, Rose. Does the movie? Oh yeah, it does. I think so. I think like he's in the restaurant and he's talking to some woman, but it's not her. It's like I think it's his homeboy, his homegirl, or something. He's trying to get practice on it. It's a good movie. I wouldn't just be up here reviewing it if it wasn't good. Sorry. I think that his friend, his name is Ian. He's kind of a little overweight guy. And that's his best friend. The guy who's kind of like the nerdy guy in the movie, his name's Bear, which is kind of weird. Why'd you name your kid after an actual bear? Kind of weird, but okay. Kind of a weird name. I have died 9 times in my life. Like a cat almost. So it's like, the cat has 9 lives. The cat has 9 lives. Why does my live stream has 0 people watching, but I got 2 people commenting? That's really kind of weird. Well, cat does have 9 lives. But it feels like cold. Interesting. What do you learn for as you get older in age, Marvin says. I would say you value your time a lot more. And I would say that your patience is a lot. In other words, you have a lot more patience for results. But you're on a limited time for results, but you have the patience at the same time. Because you've been there, done that. You don't allow things you have no control over to consume your thoughts. You can't control other people's decisions or whatever. So you become a lot more, understanding that there's people with different views than you, different this. So in time, you don't get stressed over the things anymore that you have no control over. I mean, sure, for a little rant video, sometimes I can do that. But other than that, I don't let shit that don't bother me no more bother me. Just say, hey, man, it is what it is. Whatever. You try to limit your stress levels a little bit more. That makes sense. So eating healthier, working out, becomes more important in life because you have to look after things like high blood pressure, stuff like that, So if that kind of makes sense, just looking after your health, both mental and physical, become more important in life. You start to understand it better. You have a better understanding of life, I think so. So when you get older, you become wiser. Now, do I think everybody benefits from getting older? No, but I just think you just I don't know. You tend not to let things worry. You tend not to worry about things no more. You just do you, live your life, be happy, do things you enjoy, and help those around you, like your family and stuff, maybe your closest peers. And that's it. As simple as that. The soul is immortal, the body is not. No, it is. Yeah, you're right. The Egyptians say about the beginning of eternity. You're immortal? Holy shit. Well, that's good to go. That's good to go. And religions on earth. And I'm not wise either. Diet has a lot to do with blood pressure. Yeah, you're right. Believe it or not, man, I've lost 25 pounds recently in the last 3.5 months. Not necessarily dieting. Well, yes, to a degree, but more so of my timing. So my doctor had told me, hey, if you really want to change the body. Why have you ever heard of intermediate fasting? I'm like, no. He's like, well, there's a beginners and there's an advanced, and the beginners one is a 12-hour period where you go without food, and then there's a 16-hour period for advanced. It's like that's a little harder, but it can be done. So basically, what I do is I go from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. and I don't eat. I'll just drink my liquids and stuff, but I just don't eat. I have water, tea, coffee, that kind of sort of deal. Um, but I don't eat, and I do that 5 days a week. And so when I'm at work, it's a little bit easier to maintain, right? My off days are a little bit different, right? But when I'm at work, it's easier to maintain that. So because I work 6 p.m. 6 a.m., so I do that 5 days a week. And since I've done that, I'm gonna tell you that my life is completely changed. I've never had this experience with weight loss and the clarity of the mind, purity of my soul, no stress. My blood pressure's gone down from 160 to 131. Um, I've dropped 26 pounds, 26 to be exact. I feel more alert. I have more energy. I feel I can't stop moving. I can't stop talking, and I feel a lot better. Like no issues with sciatical nerve pain, no foot pain, nerve pain, any of that. Like no high blood pressure. Like I feel a lot better, and I just like all from just the intermediate fasting. Like it worked its wonders with me. You quit drinking, so it helps. Yeah. Well, yeah, I think that again, intermediate fasting helps a lot. I do it 5 days a week. Now I'm off days. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like tonight, I had chicken tenders with sweet potato fries. Uh, I had barbecue sauce, ketchup, and ranch. Right, and it was a small plate. It wasn't nothing too extraordinary. And then I had a Diet Coke, so I like Diet Coke. And I had that for dinner around about 7ish, 7:30. No, about 6:30. And then I didn't eat after that. And then before that, I had worked the night shift and I went to sleep and woke up, and now I had breakfast. So I had breakfast and dinner. Kind of didn't have lunch because I was sleeping. But I mean, it worked for me, man. It's been helping. It's definitely been helping the intermediate fasting. It's now my portions are a lot smaller. I'm not like gorge eating or binge eating. It's helped me. So it's helped me. It's worked wonders. Yeah, I go walking like when I can, but when I'm at work, I get all my moving from moving around. I'm constantly going up and down stairwells, constantly running rounds, constantly doing this, constantly doing that. And it's a lot of leg movement. And it's a lot of wear and tear on the legs. But with the fasting, I'm able to go up and down the stairs a lot more. No pain in the legs, no knee or joint pains, no feet pain, no nerve pain, sciatical nerve non-existent. The only thing I get is lower back a little bit, and that's because of my fucking my back up when I worked at Walmart. But other than that, had no issues with any of the surrounding limbs at least. And then I get the massages once a month, so that helps out too. But yeah, definitely people at work have been asking me about. Well, we see you lost a lot of weight, and we're just curious to know like how'd you do it? What's this? Did you starve yourself? Because I've been trying to starve myself, blah blah blah. And I was like, no, I just went on intermediate fasting. When they asked what it was, I told them I just go 12 hours without eating, and then after that, I just I go 12 hours without food, and it helps. It you feel like you're like your toxins are being burned away. It's a weird feeling, but you feel good. You feel like you have unlimited energy. It's a hard feeling to explain, but I never get tired at work now. Like I'm always moving around, and it's weird. Like I'm constantly wanting to move around work. I'm always inventing new reasons to get up and walk around, and I never felt that way before. It's a good feeling. I've been on many diets before. This one is definitely a lot different. It's better than the low carb diet. I've done low carb all the time and just always felt hungry. Always felt deprived. Always felt like that I needed to eat and stuff. Felt like I was starving myself. And this one is just like, I just melted down into like a time period. And it works for me. Worked its wonders. It's an eternity different way. You have to be careful with smoking. because it makes food taste delicious. Yeah, I don't smoke, thank God. Don't get me wrong. Every man plays vice with another, so I picked up a long line of doctors dating back in ancient times. Yeah, when you are a landlord, you have an easy life. That's good, man. That's good. It's good you're a landlord, man. That's good, man. You know, I knew this Jewish guy. He was a customer of mine. We sold him. He was in real estate, like, and we did one of his houses in Fort Worth. It was a big giant mansion. A lot of profit in that job too. And then he had another house in the Bolivar Peninsula, which is like a nice little island right off the fucking coast of Galveston. And I said, damn, this motherfucker got some money. So I asked him, you know, I said, hey man, so I see you got a bunch of rentals out here and stuff, man. So what's you know, he was getting foundation done. We were doing his foundation and his roofing, and he paid almost 20 grand, like for just the repairs. And I was like, so are you like a millionaire? He's like, no, I'm a billionaire. And I said, damn. I said, you don't mind me asking you from a novice person here, what's the secret? Like, what does he do? He's like, well, I'll tell you this, man, you're never gonna make money working for the dollar. I said, really? He's like, you got to be an investor. He's like, jump into real estate. He's like, that's where you'll make your money, you know, and be smart about it. I said, damn, I never thought about that. But like, you know, he was hitting some pointers, and it's like I was listening to him, and I'm like, that's pretty cool. You know what I'm saying? Because I got a buddy that I work with, and he owns some rental properties in Galveston, like beach houses. And he was telling me he makes like, just from renting them out, he makes almost 100 grand a year, like just doing that. And then that's not including the job that what he is doing now. He makes like 130 doing that. So he makes like 230,000 a year. You know, of course, before taxes, he's got to pay some of that in taxes. But shit, that extra 100,000 helps a lot, man. That makes a big difference. And he's not even all in on rental properties, and he's making some sick dough, like in his residual income off cash flow. I was like, damn, okay. So he's like, yeah, man, I'm thinking about buying some more and see if I could up my income a little. You know, he's like, I want to make like around 350, 400 a year. I think I can do it. I'm like, damn, that's what's up, man. You know, so I'm thinking maybe I might want to get involved in that shit later on in life. Like I'm thinking about another 5 years or so, you know, and get involved in maybe owning a rental property or something, trying to jumpstart my real estate career. And I could do that on the side of what I'm doing now. Shit, I'll make some extra bank doing that, man. You know, instead of having to chase a dollar every day. Do you stay hydrated all the time? Somewhat. I've heard of an inversion table. You're trying to teach myself Chinese now? You've mastered the Russian language. That is fucking badass. I got a homegirl of mine that's Russian. She's real cool. Blonde hair, fucking blue eyes. Real gorgeous, too. Real gorgeous. And I think she lives in Arizona. We chop it up every now and then when I get a chance, but she's Russian. She speaks Russian and she speaks English. And she's real cool people, man. Real nice, you know. Respectful. Her dad's real respectful. Talk to her dad. You know, they're real cool people, man. Real estate is where the money is in the build wealth because the money is becoming worthless. Oh, absolutely. Oh, Russian women are beautiful. Oh, absolutely. Oh, you walk 9 miles? God damn. I walk, you know, they say Japanese fitness, they want you to do 10,000 steps a day. I try to do that. I think at work I manage to do that, but when I'm off, I kind of get a little lazy. So like tomorrow I got to get up. I'm going to get up in the morning. I'm going to go for a walk and see what I can accomplish there. Get my little 10K steps in, man. You know. You know what I will say? I've noticed something. You know, like times have changed. You know, things are a lot different. Like women are now becoming more. Like men are not really starting up conversations anymore. It's women now, and I'm trying to get accustomed to that. I was walking at the park, like I do that on my off days. You know, I'll go walk at the park down here, and I'll run and walk. I'll do a combination of both. You know, and I had random women coming up to me, approaching, just talking to me. Just chatting about life, chatting about this. I've never experienced that before. I'm not used to that, and so I'm like, damn, is this really a sign of times are changing? Because like now the girls are coming up to me and just starting up random conversations. Like usually you expect guys to do this, right? And it's weird because usually guys, when I was growing up, it was always men that were the first initiator. We always had to go up and talk. You wanted the number, you got to shoot your shot. You want to go talk to her, you got to go talk to her. And now the guys aren't doing that. And now I see the girls doing that. It's kind of weird. I mean, it's kind of weird, but it's like for the first time, I think in a long time, because guys don't get complimented too much unless you're just a really good looking guy. Then you have that ability, right? But like most men are just either average looking or they're ugly, and that's okay. It's no big deal, right? I think I'm average, right? Okay, so I'm like average attractive, and that's okay. I can live with that. So I was jogging at the park, like doing jogging and running, and I had this she was like maybe about 5 feet, 5 feet one white girl was jogging around the park. And I didn't think nothing of it, but I noticed that every time I would jog around the park, she was kind of avoiding me. And I thought, okay, so maybe she thinks I'm creepy or something, right? I have the black hat, dark black shirt, and I'm running with a collar shirt on, and the sun is out. Okay, that may be the appearance, right? So I didn't think nothing of it. And there I jog around the track. She would try to walk in the opposite direction, so I didn't think nothing of it. Well, eventually I'm on my third lap. I'm on my third, fourth lap, right? And all of a sudden, she turns around towards my direction. I'm thinking, okay, maybe she's thinking I'm staring at her or something. So I wasn't. I didn't know who she was. So I'm jogging, and then she just said, hey, do you jog like this every day? I'm like, no, I just barely started, to be honest with you, about a week ago. And she's like, oh, I noticed that you take care of yourself, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, I'm trying. I still got some weight to lose. She's like, well, I put on some weight since high school. And I said, well, you don't look that bad. You still look kind of good. And I didn't think nothing of it. I was just trying to pass it off as casual. And so we were just chatting. I didn't think nothing of it. And all of a sudden she just says, I'm not going to lie. I think you're kind of cute. And most guys send to that shit like, oh, really? I was just like, oh, okay, well, I appreciate it. I mean, you look good yourself. I just casually play it off, right? And so it's just not just that time, but another time I was on the way to work. I had my uniform on, and I'm in the store, CVS, getting all my drinks. And they have these new drinks out by the company's called RYI. They do like tea, like zero carb tea, with Splenda in it, like peach tea, raspberry and stuff. And they're 2 for $5. They're real expensive at CVS, but they're so good. And so I was getting them, and I didn't care if I spent $20 on 8 cans. They were so damn good. Now I'm working a 12-hour shift. Now remember, I'm still doing my fasting, so I need something to take my mind off of food, right? So I bought a whole bunch of zero sugar teas with Splenda, basically flavored water, and just stuffed them in my bag. And then I had this other girl approach me, and she was like, I had a question about some parking ticket that I got, officer. I got a ticket. Can I still take driver's ed and then they can void off the fee and doesn't penalize my insurance? I'm like, well, yeah, if you go and get your driver's ed test, or I mean your defensive driving, yeah, you can get it knocked right off. And so she was talking to me, and then we were just casually talking. And you know what she did for a living? She was a welder. Because I had asked her, I said, so what do you do for a living? She was dressed up like a tomboy and had this dirty, like dingy look. Like she just got out of like a mud wrestling fight or something. I said, so what do you do for a living? She's like, oh, I'm a welder. I'm like, a welder? Interesting. I'm like, women are doing welding? I mean, I didn't mean it in a bad way. I was just kind of like, women are in the welding business? And she was like, yeah, the girls are starting to enter that field. And I'm like, interesting. Huh, how the times are changing. Whoa. Okay. Because I'm thinking like a welding job is something like men do. And it's like, now the girls are in welding now. Like I'm like, wow, how the times are changing. I have to catch up with the times, man. I'm sitting like, you're a welder? She's like, yeah. I'm like, and she wasn't a butchy girl either. She was like an actual tomboy girl, but had the girly feminine look. And I was like, So women are in the welding field? Yeah. I was like, interesting, huh? Okay. I mean, I didn't think nothing bad of it. I just realized how the times are changing. And I'm trying to catch up to the times. I'm Greek and sailor, of course. I love danger. I'm just saying that I've noticed that girls are coming up to the guys now and talking to them. I think they're just getting tired of the guys not doing it anymore. I'm just being honest with you. I think like times are like changing. You know, it's weird. I'm trying to catch up to this shit, but I'm not gonna lie to you. That's the first time I ever had a girl came up to me and told me I was cute. Like just for the first time in like 10 years. I'm like dead ass, and I didn't think nothing of it. I was just working out, doing my thing, and I'm not gonna lie, man. That compliment was a little flattering. I like felt like the Samuel Adams, like that. And I was like, all right, that's cool. Like a little flex. Now, I think with girls is a little different because they're used to that. A bunch of like thirsty guys are like, "Oh, you're so fucking hot. You look good. Oh, you look fine." And it's like, I get it. There's like hundreds of fucking guys that are fucking so fucking thirsty and they're like fucking being simps and stuff on the internet. And I get it. So the comments come in there. They don't sound flattering. They sound more annoying and redundant and just downright thirsty. So sometimes you question, was that really a compliment or is that just you being thirsty? So I get it. But I guess for guys, that experience is a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? It's a little bit different. It's a little bit more flattering, and I think the reason why is because guys just aren't used to it, and that's just me speaking from my perspective. I'm not used to the flattery like that. So when you tell me something like that, I was like, "Oh, interesting. Okay, so I'll hold on to that compliment because it's probably gonna be another 10 years before I see another one." So I appreciate I appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? Prepare. You do it all the time? We've been going up to guys. You go up to guys? Damn, I didn't know that, Caitlin. Okay with your bad self. No, I just see more women now are taking the initiative and the approach. I have noticed that, and it's not just from my experience, but I noticed like even in the bar scene or even like the restaurant scenes, I'm now starting to see girls actually coming up to guys. I see that more often as vice versa. When I was first in a restaurant business, it was more commonly known for guys to be the approach, to make the approach. And it was also the guys that were the ones that had multiple girlfriends. And it was like you would see like the same one or two guys, or three or four guys working in the restaurant business. You knew they were players and they were attractive and they were going on dates with many women. Okay, fine. And I noticed over the time that's changed. It's not the guys that are really doing that anymore. It's the girls. So now the girls are going on multiple dates with different men. And I saw that right before I left Buffalo Wild Wings, right before I left the restaurant industry. I saw that. And I was like, whoa, how the times are so changing. The women are doing like things that the guys do. It's just like I'm trying to catch up to times. Over again. A Rosie the Rivera. Ever? No, I don't believe I have. In response to your last comment, no. I don't believe I have. Unless somebody put a pill in my drink and I passed out. I don't believe I have. No, I'm just saying, times are changing now, and I just, trying to catch up with the new things that I'm noticing now. It's kind of flattering, to see that women are coming up and starting random conversations with guys, even if they're not hitting on the guys, like even if it's just to have random conversation, it's kind of flattering because it's like, usually the guys are the ones that have to start the initiative, and that's okay. Nothing wrong with that. You have to start your conversation somewhere, but it's just I always just get used to the guys doing that, and I don't really see that anymore. It's more the girls that do it, start initiating a conversation with the guys. I just noticed that now. I'm just picking up on cues, man. picking up on cues now, you know, of that kind of ordeal, you know. But guys are, okay, Caitlin, I agree with that too. The times have changed definitely for the most part. It's something that I'm trying to get used to, and maybe that's kind of that one thing I guess going out too much because I can say, hey, uh, I don't see too much of it unless it's on the internet. Like, I'll tell you another weird thing that I've seen. I'm trying to get used to. I went to the movie theater about 2 months ago. I forgot the name of the movie we went to go see. It was at AMC Fountains, and there's this I guess it must be some sort of trend where like the teenagers are dressing up in like these animal outfits. I I didn't know that existed, and when I went to the theater, I saw a whole bunch of them, and I said, "Hey, is this like a costume party or something?" I thought maybe there was like some sort of like event where they were partying or something. And then I even saw the cashiers dressed up that way, and I was like, "So is this like a party or something? Did y'all just like go to some big party? Y'all having some event here where people dress up? Is this cosplay?" They're like, "No, this is just people dressing up like animals." And I was like, "Right, like Doctor Evil was in the what is that Doctor Evil and remember he goes right like he has that kind of right." I was like Doctor Evil, and I was like, "What the fuck? I've never seen that before. I've never heard of this." It's like yeah, I must be like shielded or something. My brain must be not working because I'm trying to just get used to it. It's just so many things are changing, and so I'm trying to catch up to it. And the job that I work in, I work 70 hours a week, and it's hard for me because I'm not in the free world a lot, so I'm always at work. And it's like, and then when I do go out, I see all these different things, and I'm like, what? Like I never seen this before. I'm like, I guess I'm just trying to get used to, I guess, the new way of life. I guess if that makes sense. Like I said, girls are now approaching the guys now, and even if it's not necessarily a hit on guys, but it's just like to start random conversations, and they try to initiate the men that ask for their number or their social media to exchange and have conversation with. That I noticed too. Like, because like now, it used to be you used to ask the person for their number and you exchange numbers. Unless you're old school, you don't do that, right? So like now it's just you have to do the Instagram or Facebook, which predominantly Instagram. Nobody really gives their Facebook out because Facebook's more like a personalized thing. So like they'll say, "Oh, give me your Instagram or give me your Snapchat or something like that or whatever." Um or something like that. So now that's how people are doing it now. Like the whole idea concept of phone number thing is just non-existent unless you're like it's a workplace setting where it's required. Hey, you need your phone number down on here. We need your cell phone, like something we can get a hold of you. Now it's just well, my Snapchat or Instagram, like one or two, like that's it. Like nobody gives out their phone number anymore. Yeah, it's kind of I guess it's just times have changed so much from the way people think to the way they are. And it's just, sometimes some of the stuff you go like, okay, I kind of get this, but then some of the stuff you kind of like, I got to get used to this. It's just like, I get it. It's going to be here for a while. And I would love to see Texas. I got some friends out there, but it's so damn hot. Yeah, during the summer. I mean, I guess just times are different now. I got to get used to that shit. Like now, like I get random women that come up and talk to me. Like just start random conversations out of the blues. It's kind of a little flattering. It's kind of like, okay, 'cause I remember I used to have to do that shit. I had to bust my ass. And then I would go up to them and say, hey, and they're like, they'll say something really rude because like the other guy before me said something that pissed them off. And so now they're on like a revenge thing and they're like, don't talk to me or who do you think you're talking to? And I was like, okay. Or like, I don't have time for your small talk. I'm like, okay. So you just, you know, your anger, it needs your you want to say, you're like, but then you're like, you have a nice day. You know, you just kind of just, yeah, it's a freak show. that's the way I want to sum it up. I'm trying to get used to the new times, like all this new stuff that's coming up, and just the way people think, and it's just it is what it is. Do you approach women still? Marvin, no. And a lot of the times I don't, because of the wrong interpretation. They may perceive it as that I'm trying to shoot my shot, which maybe that is a possibility, but it's like, now you're thirsty like these other 20 guys, and I'm about to shoot you down regardless of what you say. And it's just like, all right, that's cool. I'm just not going to ask you now. Like, it's like now nobody really talks. There's no communication, so nobody really talks to each other anymore. And it's just people get the wrong interpretations of how you word stuff. So even if you don't mean anything like with ill intent and harm, they take it like that, and then it leads to can of worms. So I just say, unless if it's a circumstantial situation where we happen to be at a bar and a conversation stirs up, or you follow me on social media and we exchange info and that kind of just happened out of the blue, or you know it was like a certain event where people were together, like a group setting, and it just kind of happened, then that's understandable. But if you're talking about me just a cold approach and walk up to random women asking for numbers, those days are done. And especially you the way that you look at society now, and the way you have to protect your image, protect your name, it would be kind of foolish to um it would be kind of foolish to engage in that. You know, especially with technology and all that. That's why it's like sometimes you could just go up to someone and say hi or hello, and then they interpret it like you're being a creep, or they interpret like you're stalking them, or they interpret it like uh that you're thirsty or whatever, and and then especially like then it takes the vibe away, and then then it's like, oh, you're harassing me now, and it's like that might not be your intentions, but that's the way they interpret it. So now you're like, well, then maybe I shouldn't even approach you in the first place. And I think that's kind of like where you kind of stand, and it's like, okay, I feel like you want me to approach you, but then when I do, you're just going to shoot me down anyway, or you're going to say something really mean, or you're going to accuse me of being a weirdo, right? So what would it benefit me to approach you only for you to do that to me? Well, that doesn't really seem fair. I mean, if you're not interested, a no, simple no is fine. But if you're gonna go like that, then again, why would most guys take that chance? You know what I'm saying? I think it's sort of how we look at it. You're after my status. I went up to this boy at a chicken place waiting for my food, and I told him we're on a napkin. And we started a relationship. Well, how did that work out? Got to stop talking or what? So what happened to Caitlin in that experience? Like, y'all stopped talking? Yeah, what happened? I'm kind of curious to know where that went. I guess curiosity killed the cat, There's nothing wrong with being a little curious. So was that a yes? Was that a no? But did it work? How long did y'all talk for? Did it last a week? Did it last 2 weeks? Was he weird? I mean, what was the end result of that? I'm curious next. You got me all curious about the whole write the number down on a napkin. She said USA. Hmm. Yeah, I think it's just perception. We live in the times where you have to watch everything you say and do. Because people, you know, misinterpret shit and then it turns into something bigger than what it is. That's cool. So what ended up happening? Like, it didn't work out or what? Yeah, Massachusetts sounds like a lot of fun. I also got a homegirl that lives up there. And she told me whenever I hang out to hit her up, when she's in town or when I'm in town or whatever, that she was going to show me around or whatever. And I was like, that's fine. Just whenever I do. I just know I got a lot of vacation coming up June, July. And then, of course, for New Year's, I plan on taking about 2 weeks off. And I'm going to take some time off in November, a little bit in October. So I got a bunch of vacation that I plan on taking. And so, like I said, I got a lot of stuff that I plan on doing. How do you like working at the jail? That's its pros and cons. One thing I can say that I've learned um, about working at the jail is that you learn a lot about mental health, and that's something that I never understood growing up. Is that mental illness and how serious that certain mental illnesses can be, like schizophrenia, um, borderline personality disorder, learning about the different forms of depression and bipolarism and learning about all this stuff. I never understood mental health until I worked at the jail. So yeah, it's you start learning more about that with just hands-on and just from just studying and seeing the environment, you learn more about it. Definitely, I would say. So that makes sense. But other than that, it's a good job. No problem with it. Oh, you don't have social media anymore? Why'd you get rid of social media? Was it because was there creepy dudes following you? You just didn't like them anymore? Creepy nutty guys? Must be like hell. It has its days. You have to, if you work at the jail or you work in law enforcement, you have to have a lot of patience and understanding for people. And it's almost like you have to sort of be like a psychiatrist. When people are spazzing out or when they're venting, your initial reaction is to yell or scream back because that's just what the human intuition tells you to do. But sometimes it's better to let them vent out and then respond with patience and empathy and all that. And it's a psychological thing when you're dealing with people with mental health or when you're dealing with people in general, an environment like that. You have to know how to dissect the human brain and understand how to get into their world and how to talk to them without it going violent. And it takes a lot of patience and time, and it takes a lot of inner strength because I'm telling you, if you say one wrong thing and it can turn real bad. So that's why it's very important that communication is very big. I never understood that concept until I got into that field. I've worked many jobs, but never in this line of work, and it's definitely a different experience for me. Um, what I did learn is that we all have our inner demons. Like everybody has their own demons, and yeah, like everybody has their own demons, and everyone has their own battles and stuff. That no one's perfect, and so when you understand that, it makes it helps your communication skills a little bit more effective. Um, Sometimes there'll be people who have drug addiction or, for example, have mental illness and then they're going through drug addiction, and your initial reaction is that's their fault. They put themselves in that place, which technically we live by our own choices, right? So that is true. But in the other hand, is sometimes you have to understand life upbringing, environmental aspects. Was there a form of mental illness prior to that? Was there excessive brain damage? What is their mental state of mind or mental capacity? Are they suffering from any sort of mentally challenged episode? It all ties into one, man. It's almost like you have to kind of figure all this stuff out as you go, and it's now you're a psychiatrist almost on wheels. If that makes sense. It's like I said, it's a some people in there, they're like lawyers, doctors, firemen, all types of different jobs. It's just you have to. It's just some of these people look like normal people, like, and it's just you realize that you know sometimes you're just one mistake away from costing yourself your life. And I think that's sort of how I kind of look at it. Is that you have to learn how to have a lot of empathy for people, patience and stuff, and it takes a long time to do that. It's not easy, you know. It takes a while. It takes a long time, but your communication skills improve a lot better in that type of environment. I never realized the skills that I possessed in communication until I got that job. And once I really started understanding how to communicate with people, it really helped me a long ways. My only mistake was I should have did this line of work 10 years ago. It's my only mistake that I made. But other than that, you live and learn. And I figure, well, if I'm not dead yet, why not? What's the point? Like, in other words, what do I have to lose? So rather die at 70 or 80 or 60 or 50 or die at 40. I mean, whatever the case may be, or die at 35 or whatever. Might as well do it, right? I mean, everyone kind of finds their niche in life. Some people are good at this, some people are good at that. You might suck at this, you might be good at this. So it's all a game of patience. You have to have a lot of patience with people, because if not, you're not going to make it in this world. If you're very short-tempered and you have horrible people skills, you're not going to get very far in this world. And I'm just being honest. That's dead ass. Because the way I see it is, you're going to deal with different types of people, different types of personalities, different types of mental illness, different types of situations, and you have to learn how to navigate through all that. That's life. You know what I'm saying? If you can't manage to, you're gonna have a real hard time. Because look at all these people in this world, 11 billion people plus people. And you're constantly every day running to hundreds of people. Yeah, you're kind of cooked if you can't learn how to navigate communication skills with people. You're gonna be, because I realize in this world it's all about networking and communication. I've realized a lot of that has to do with that. Sometimes you can land yourself a really good job by just knowing how to talk to people, and knowing the right person, knowing the right situation, right time. And next thing you know, you land yourself in a good spot. Sometimes it's about finding the right people, the right timing, and like I said, communication is everything. I think that's the one thing this world lacks. Like, why we're in the situation we're in now is because people do not listen anymore. They don't communicate with each other anymore. And I think that's why we're in the situation we're in right now. I think if you look at everything versus inflation, versus why people hate each other, don't get along, that is big and key, because everybody wants to talk, but no one wants to listen. And I think that's what the problem we're happening right now. Very much. Yeah, you have to have a lot of patience with people. And I think as you get older, you start to master a lot of that as you get older. I think when you're a little bit younger, it's about, impressing people and trying to make a whole bunch of friends and trying to get with this person and all that. I think as you get older, all that goes away. Your listening skills become more sharper, and your communication skills become more effective, because you've learned so many times of the wrong things to say and the wrong things to do, and you just kind of navigate into. You kind of minimize your you kind of minimize your mistakes, if that makes sense. Like I said, patience is the big thing. Like, I communicate well with my supervisors, with other employees, most importantly, inmates, and I communicate well with them. So, and then that's all sometimes it's about. I try my best to keep the peace. Like, to me personally, I think it's about energy levels. I think that you can tell how certain people are based on their energy levels. And if people give off certain energy, and then when they'll start popping shit off, you can kind of get an idea who that person is. and what he's about. Now, could it have been just a circumstantial? Maybe they're having a bad day, sure. But sometimes over and over, you see the same people in your line of work, or you see the same people you run into. You can kind of understand, like, some people that just miserable, or they just lack communication skills, or they just don't care about anything. And then you run into people who got good vibes, good energy, you want to be around them. You learn that shit real fast. And to me, it's all about communication. It's all about, to me, most importantly, just the vibe. Like, if I get good vibes from people and I can hang around with you, you seem like a generally good person, I can get that vibe from you. And I'm not afraid to be myself. I don't have a problem spending time with people like that. And then, of course, if you're having people who kind of live on the edge and they're kind of always offended by everything and they really don't want to talk about, they really some negative energy and stuff, and you kind of pick up on that. You're like, you know what, man, I don't even want to be around that anymore, man. You just kind of distance yourselves from them. It's called, like, loving from a distance, loving from a distance. I have a college degree and it don't mean shit. Not because college was a waste of time, but because the degree I thought I was going to get was going to make me a lot of money, and it turned out it didn't. The job that I've worked and that I have worked in the past and that I do on the side makes way more money than I could ever do with a college degree. So it goes to show you that sometimes it's not always about what you have, it's about who you know. Networking, communications, skill, some sort of set level skill helps too. The art of selling helps a lot, and it's just, you learn that as you get older. Networking is very important. Sometimes who you know is very important. Sometimes that's more important than what you have on paper. Especially at a college degree. I mean, shit. Because everybody and their mama got a college degree now. And so what does it do? It saturates the market. What, a bunch of people with college degrees with no hands-on training? Yeah, good luck with that. No one's going to want to hire and take that risk. Now, if you have somebody who's worked in that field and has done it, and they enhance themselves with a degree, then they're probably going to get more of a chance to get it. Unless if the field is just dying for these people right away. Like welding, something like that, a trade. Most of these college degrees, they don't, to me, really benefit. You're in debt, 100, 200,000 in debt. You get a job that pays maybe 50,000 a year, and with inflation and everything, you barely can pay the fucking bills back for a fucking degree. I learned that the hard way. I'm not in debt, but I'm just saying that, college degrees, unless if you're in a field like a pilot or something, or you're in a STEM program, or you're in the medical field, like if you're in something that's just die hard needing people real bad, then you'll get hired. But other than that, most of your degree ain't gonna get you hired nowhere. And if they are, they're gonna pay you penny to dollar. Because you're a dime a dozen, they'll just hire the next idiot that's right next to you for 10,000 less a year. I'm telling you, it's all numbers. I realize with life, it's all a numbers game. You know what I'm saying? Who can afford you and who can't? What exactly do you have that can enhance your life and who can't? It's just, that's what it is. Networking. And I realized that. I wish I would have understood that 10 years ago. I would have been a multi-millionaire by now, but it's not too late because I can get to that point in 10 years from now. Maybe sooner. But like I said, it's networking, who you know, good communication skills, knowledge, all that shit helps. It helps a lot. I wish I would have understood that 10 years ago, 15 years ago. I would have been way better off now, but I understand that now, I understand that now, how important it is. And sometimes you could burn bridges with a lot of people and nobody wants to deal with you. And that sucks too. You know what the worst feeling is? I remember I had a coworker of mine, he's old, he's a boomer, right? And he had told me, he said, "Hey, Mr. Rose, what is your biggest fear?" As a deputy, he asked me that. He was a boomer. He was going to retire. He's about to retire in December. He's been in law enforcement for like 30 plus years. He said, "What is your biggest fear in life?" I said, "Well, I can't really think of a lot because I'm afraid of spiders and snakes and heights, right? I'm afraid of big ravaged dogs biting my leg and dragging my ass 10 feet across the room, right? I'm afraid of being robbed at gunpoint, somebody putting a bullet through my head before they leave. There's a lot of things that I fear. But if you were to ask me to narrow it down to one specific thing that I fear, I'll tell you. I have no problem sharing it. The biggest thing that I fear is being on my deathbed and no one cares. But think of how that sounds and let it seep in. It's on your deathbed and you know your time is coming, right? You have some sort of fatally illness or something that's terminally ill or something like that. And you know your time's coming, right? Because most people that pass away, they don't know when it's coming. But sometimes you have, like, if you have a certain disease or cancer or something, you know, hey, look, you got 6 months to live. Okay. The initial thing most people do is to say, I need to make amends with everybody I fucked over in life that I hurt, right? So you make phone calls and you're like, hey, I got 5 months left to live. I just want to let you know I'm sorry for the way I treated you 10 years ago. And while most would interpret, well, that was a very nice thing of you to repent, but most people say, well, you're just doing that because you're about to die. So you want to feel better about yourself before you cash out. You selfish bastard. Click. And you hang up the phone, right? And now you're in your deathbed, right? Because you done burned over so many fucking people. You burned them completely out to where it's at the point to where they don't even care you're dead. To me, that means a lot. Is when you're on your deathbed, no one wants to see you. Kids, wife, husband, family, or if you're not married, friends, family. And no one wants to see you and you're on your deathbed and no one comes to see you. You know how scary that sounds? That sounds frightening. And the reason is because at the end of the day, what it means is that nobody cared about you. Not that if they weren't in the wrong because you burned so many bridges that it cooked you at the end. And last thing is you want to spend your last 6 months in pain knowing you're about to hit that. The clock's about to strike midnight. And nobody cares if you die. Think of how that sounds. Like from a realistic standpoint. Let that seep in. That's the scariest thing to me. Is that if that was to happen to me and no one cared. Not even a call, not even to say, hey, I'm sorry you're going through this, blah, blah, blah. When they're like, fuck that motherfucker. Man, he treated me like shit. I'm just saying. I'm not accusing anyone here. I'm saying the scariest thing would be to me is that if you were on your deathbed and nobody gave a shit. Because of your personality, the energy you gave off, and the vibe you gave off, and you burn people to the point to where they don't want to deal with you anymore. Like, you ever hear those stories of people passing away and then they'll say like really ugly things about that person? They'll say, well, he or she wasn't really nice. They weren't really this, they were a horrible human being. I don't want to be remembered like that. Fuck that. I don't want to be remembered like that. My grandfather on my father's side was like that. He was a roaring alcoholic. He was he was never really part of my father's life. And he left one day. I think my dad was about 4 months old. Never came back. He was I don't know what ended up happening to him, but basically he called my dad in 91 to tell him, I have terminally ill cancer and I got 6 months to live. And my dad said, why the fuck you telling me this for? And he said, because I just want to say I'm sorry for not being a part of your life forever. My dad said, you just now motherfucking called me after all this time? You go rot in hell, blah, blah, hung up. And I think if I was that guy, personally, I would feel like complete dog shit before I died. Because your whole point of leaving this earth is to leave it in good intentions, and you're leaving it to where your own son tells you you don't want nothing to do with you, you can rot in hell. Just imagine how scary that sounds. Think about it. I'm just saying that my biggest fear would be on my deathbed and no one cared. And what I mean by not the fact that I'm expecting people to come to my grave or come to the bedside, but the fact that I burnt so many bridges and pissed so many people off that they just didn't care. You know, and that's why I believe it's all about energy vibes. You know, it's all about your energy vibes, your communication level, how you treat people. Because at the end of the day, they remember you based on the way you make them feel. That's very important. Remember that. About maybe 10 years ago, when I was first on YouTube, about 10, 12 years ago, my videos were all controversial. Gender war videos, bullshit Mojito videos, all that stuff I regret. And just negative videos, you know? And I deleted all of them. Thank God. I no longer possess those videos. And it's embarrassing going back and watching it now because I'm embarrassed that I put myself in that position. And I said to myself, I no longer ever want to do shit like that again. I can't undo the past, but I can make the present and the future better. So I deleted all my past content videos that were non-sports related, or unless there were conspiracy theory videos and stuff. I kept those up. But all the videos that weren't pertaining to that were in Jito, gender war video, all gone. And now my life has completely changed. More. Now I still do my politics videos, and sometimes they can get a little bit nasty. But it's not ill will intent and a point to point people out. It's just to criticize things that I see and how things can change for the better in my views. And sometimes I get emotional. Forgive me. But that's how I do it. And, it's, I just realized the energy vibes are really big, and it's just, it's how people remember you. Now, if you don't care about how people remember you, that's fine. No worries. But at the same time is when you're on your deathbed and you burn so many bridges, just remember that it gets to a point to where it's like, just keep that energy when you're on your deathbed and nobody comes to see you, your kids, your wife or family or nobody, because they thought you were a piece of shit and you're just sitting there. It's about almost time and you're like, fuck, nobody called or nothing. Hold on. Let me see if I got any missed calls. 0 missed calls. Fuck. You realize you're cooked. And you just imagine that, You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, people remember you the way you make them feel. There was a point in time where I was always negative, always had something bad to say, and my energy levels were bad. Real fucking bad. And people read that and they still want to be around me. And looking back, I don't blame them. Because I was just a negative person. I was always negative. Maybe my intentions were different, but I didn't harm people, but I was just always negative. Who the fuck wants to be around someone like that? Now, it's fine if we don't agree on things. That's cool. But when you're just always a negative person and every time you walk around, there's a dark cloud around you and you can tell people in the room don't want to be around you, that's not good. Now, from a tough guy standpoint, I don't care what people think about me. That's cool. But that doesn't take away from the fact that people don't want to talk to you. They don't want to be around you and they want nothing to do with you because you're a scumbag. You see what I'm saying? There's a difference between being an asshole and saying, oh, I'm an asshole and the girls like me for that. And there's a difference between that and being confident in yourself than just being this negative person all the time and creating negative energy and just if you're not chasing them off, you're bringing in people that are exactly the same way as you, all negative. And it's not two negatives equal a positive. It's negative and negative equal another negative because now you just got this big black storm of all these negative people around you. And it's all bad energy, man. I'm telling you. It's all bad energy. That's why one of the things is as I'm getting older, one of the things Marvin asked about is he said, what have you learned more about yourself? I said, well, I learned more of the energy level and how real it is and how people can feed off of it and how you can turn a room that's negative into a positive energy if you come with the right mindset. So, that's how I look at it. The most basic level comes from friend or love. Yeah. In Greek words. I want to teach you some Greek. That's me sometimes, but I'll misunderstood, but negative in others' eyes. Yeah. Now, like I said, it's all about energy levels now. More so. Like just in my future partner, you you were to ask most men, so what are you looking for in a woman? Oh, nice front and backside, right? Blah 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 blah. Which that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Levels. If you're attracted to someone, you're attracted to someone. If you've got a body, show it. But it's to me, it's more. I don't know. It's more not the emphasis of just looks, even though I think you still need to have some sort of attraction to your looks. You want to attract people, so your looks do play a role in it. And I know a lot of people don't want to think that because we live in this whole wokeness culture where your looks don't matter. And I'm like, well, they kind of do if you want someone attracted to you, even if they're attracted to you for your weird look. But you have to have some sort of look. You have the more you put into yourself, the more attractive you become. For example, if I'm 30 pounds heavier, I don't look as attractive. If I dress like shit, I don't look as attractive. But guess what? When I'm down 25 pounds, 30 pounds, I got a lot more confidence in myself. I buy more clothes. Your appearance looks better and the results come in. And that's what I'm saying. So, this whole idea that people think they can just be lazy and cut corners is just not true. They just entitled. They just want shit given them on silver platter. And most people don't want to work for nothing. They don't want to work to better themselves. And most importantly, they don't want to work to get a partner. They just want shit handed to them. I've seen men like this. I've seen women like this. And that's an issue we talk about entitlement issues in this country. We have a lot of people that are entitled. And they think that they deserve the world. And a lot of them didn't do shit to deserve it. And that's just the reality of it. They don't want to do nothing. They don't want to do nothing to attract a partner. They just want to complain all day. And then they don't want to better themselves at all. Financially, spiritually, nothing. They're just lazy and entitled. And they just want somebody to walk up to them and hand them the keys. It's not going to happen, bro. And there's even a point in time where I used to think like that. And with age comes maturity. You start to realize you don't work, you don't eat. You don't put in the work, you don't get shit. And that's the way it is. And honestly, I like it that way because it teaches me to be a better human being. I worked at Walmart. Guess how much I made at Walmart? $11 an hour. Now I got $14 an hour when they fired my ass. And guess what? I worked in security. You know how much security paid me? $12 an hour. I did that for a year and never missed a day and never complained. Now I make $25 an hour. Now, is that a lot of money? No. But it just goes to show you with networking, with communication, with adjusting your skills, you can advance in life. And the problem is a lot of people are entitled. They're lazy and they're entitled. And they don't want to do anything to better themselves. They just want people to do it for them. And it pisses me off. I hate it. And it just makes me mad. It's not I don't hate nobody, but it frustrates me because it's like I'm busting my ass trying to better myself, and there are people out here who don't want to do nothing. And it just makes me mad. It's one thing if it's like, okay, you have a disability or you have like you're constricted, confined to where you can't do anything. That's understandable, but there's some people out here that able-bodied can do things. They don't want to do nothing. They just want you to do shit for them. And they just want a free service and they don't want to do nothing. They don't want to do nothing to better themselves. They just want people just to help them for nothing. It's like, that's not how it works. The real world is going to slap you in the face when you realize that's not the case. No one's going to hold your hand. And that's the truth. No one's going to hold your hand in life. And I realized that. And, it's, I realized that if I want to this extra money for this, I got to work more hours. If I want to do this, I got to do more. Like, I realize I have to do my part. And so that's just the way life is. I got friends of mine who don't even care to better themselves. And I'm like, dude, I told you this place hiring, this place hiring. I looked it up for you. Why are you not applying? Oh, because it's long hours. I'm like, dude, I'm just trying to help you. You know what I'm saying? You say you need some extra money. I'm trying to help you some extra bread and you don't want to do that. So how do you expect to make money and pay your bills? Oh, and it's just like, well, if I get a loan, I'm like, I'm tired of that shit, bro. Like, you asking for a fucking loan. Why don't you better yourself so that way you don't have to ask nobody for money? You better yourself, you put yourself in poker position where you can accumulate it. You don't have to make $1 million or anything like that, but just do something to make some more income, and so that way you can be able to pay your bills substantially. You can be able to do things for yourself you enjoy doing to a degree, even if you're not a millionaire. I'm not a millionaire, you know, but I mean, I'm making a little bit more bread now, and I'm working some extra hours, get some overtime, doing things I got to do, so I can go out and enjoy a movie. You know what I'm saying? It's just to me, I'm glad. I'm glad I grew up broke. I'm fucking glad, man, because it helped me a lot, man. It helped me learn a lot about myself, and learn that no one's gonna hold my hand in life, and I got to do it on my own. You know, it's I'm glad that it took me a while to find my niche in life and all that, and I'm still growing. I'm still finding room to grow and get better. One thing in life, no one's gonna hand you anything. And it's just the way it is, especially if you're a man. Especially if you're a man. Especially. Oh man, nobody's gonna help you, bruh. Like that's the reality of it. But I kind of like it because I see it as a challenge. Like, you want to better yourself, Rose? Go at it and do it. Accomplish it. Get out there, And so that's how I look at it. I don't want nobody feeling sorry for me. I think that's stupid. You got a lot of people on the internet that want you to feel sorry for them. It's like their whole life predicated. Like, feel sorry for me. After a while, it gets old, man. It's like, okay, well, do something about it then, This is so frustrating, It's just like, dude, why don't you just do something about it instead of whining all the time? Just go and better yourself. Make some more bread. Get some more hours. Pick up a second job. Do something. It's just being honest. It's just like I kind of like it when I'm put against pressure, to better myself, because it's like, nothing feeds a man's mind when he's broke. And when you're broke and you have no fucking job, you're like, man, I gotta do something. So your natural instinct is to hunt. So I gotta fucking hunt for a fucking job and do it fast. And that's how you do it. You just gotta it puts your back against the wall, and it just, gets harder and harder. People throwing the flag and they throw in the towel. I'm tired. I'm like, I get it. I'm tired too. I don't like this shit, but guess what? I can't stop. I gotta go and I gotta do something. And it's like, I just have some guy friends, I love them to death, but it's just, they so quick to throw in the towel. And it's so frustrating. I had one guy friend I'll never forget. He's a good guy, great intentions, but, he needed help. I said, listen, dude, he's like, I need to, some work boots and work pants and a work shirt so I can go and apply for these jobs, look presentable, but I just don't have any money because I'm broke and I just got fired. I said, okay, look, bet, here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna go to Walmart. I'm gonna buy you some clothes, I'm buy you some groceries so you can feed your dog. 'Cause he had a dog and I'm an animal lover, so it kind of like hit me a certain way. I don't want to see his dog starve, so I said, I'll buy you some grocery stuff, bet. Okay. And so I bought him some groceries and stuff. And I said, here's work boots, work pants, work shirt and everything, collar shirt and everything. I mean, that bill must have been about $400. And didn't even ask for money back. I just did it just out of kindness. Here you go, but here's bread. Boom, 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 paid. And I said, all right, man, so I hope you do good on your interview. Let me know how it went. And this and that. And it's just, the vibe that I was getting from this guy is he did not give me the impression he cared about wanting to better himself. And so he's like, he's telling me he has bad health, he has high blood pressure, this, and I said, so do I. And I said, so do I. And I said, but I still get out there and find out the job. Now you need to do the same thing. And so he goes, he just didn't seem motivated. And then he popped something smart off to me after I'd already paid the bill. So I got frustrated, I'm not going to lie. And I slammed down his groceries. And I said, where is your sense of urgency? And all the customers just stopped and looked at us, because now we're the center of attention. And I said, where's your sense of urgency? Where is it? And he just looked at me, like with that death stare from Star Wars. And he realized that I wasn't fucking around anymore. I was pissed because I'm trying to tell him to better himself, and he's refusing to better himself despite the fact I'm giving him resources to help him. And so I felt now I'm being disrespected, and I apologized to him later. I did. But I told him, understand, I'm frustrated because I'm trying to help you and nobody else will do this. I did it out of the kindness of my heart, and you repay me by not taking it seriously, but bettering yourself. And it just and I realized there, one thing that I've learned from that lesson is that you can't help others who don't want to help themselves. And that's when you say, let them fall. And I hate to say it, it's one of my coworkers told me at work the other day. He said, sometimes you have to let people fall and you have to let them learn on their own. Because remember, when you fell on your own, nobody came to help you. So you had to do it on your own, right? Well, yeah. The same thing here. It hadn't changed. They have to want to better themselves. And you can't help the world. You can only help yourself and those around you, like your family, wife, kids, whatever. And just say, fuck it. Now I look at it now, fuck him, let him fall. Because I tried. I did my part, my due diligence. You don't care, so I don't care. And that's how you look at it like that. You just say, because the problem is you help so many people out. You pay their bills, you do this, which is fine. There's no problem helping people out that deserve it. But when you start helping people out that look like they don't give a fuck, that's when you say, okay, so you're taking my kindness for weakness. You don't want to better yourself. I've given you some resources here and you're spitting in my face. So guess what? Now now I'm going to let you figure it out on your own. And that's how you have to treat people now. Love them from a distance and say, listen, I wish the best for you. I hope everything works out. But I can't do this. You know what I'm saying? I can't help you. I've tried. And it's just, you have to let people fall on their own, because then what ends up happening is people's problems become what? Your problems if you let it. And especially when it's finances. They say, my bills are now your bills. And, personally, I think most people are not really grateful when you help them out financially, which is another reason why you shouldn't, because they're not really grateful of you helping them out. They have no, they're in other words, they're not really grateful of it. They almost sort of expect you to do it. And then they turn around and flick you off when you turn your back towards them. And this after you help them, mind you. So this is like, you learn through trial and error. There's some people who do deserve help because they want to better themselves. And then there's some people that don't care at all. And that's the truth. That's why your circle of friends gets smaller, Marvin says, as you get older. True. That is true. That is true. Oh, really? That's what's up, Mr. Boston. I do like to be pushed harder. I feel the same way. I have no problem being challenged. I like it. I like having to better myself. I like learning new things. I like, like I said, maybe one day when I start picking up some more knowledge, I might go into real estate, start doing that, and start trying to expand my mind, because I feel like the mind is a powerful weapon, and if you use it properly, you can ascertain so much. And I just feel like, man, if I'm capable of doing this, I'm capable of doing anything if I put my mind to it. So maybe, just maybe, I'll start getting into real estate. That's sort of like something that's been buzzing around my mind for a year or two. And even though some people think that my videos against people who are in real estate are a little bit misguided, right? But at the same time, it's because I don't have the knowledge in that field to understand how it works. And that's really the reason why. So that's why I figure, well, maybe I need to understand it, get involved, and see what happens. So, that's how you look at it. So like I said, people hate what they don't understand. And that's where anger builds up. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, I want to learn new things. I want to do new things. And I kind of feel like I'm kind of revamped, I guess, if that makes sense. I'm taking care of my health. I'm, taking, like I said, I've got my blood pressure down. I've lost 25 pounds. I feel like I got more energy to do more stuff now. And I want to get involved so much in doing more stuff. So I'm going to quit smoking cigarettes. My brother quit smoking cold turkey. I think he did it, I want to say maybe 10 years ago. But he says to this day, he still wants to smoke a cigarette because it's not the addiction, it's not the nicotine, it's the oral fixation. You drink a coffee, you want to smoke a cigarette. You eat a bagel, you want to smoke a cigarette. You're stressed, you want to smoke a cigarette. Right? So that's what happens when you with smoking in his story. His is the oral fixation that it comes from. It's like biting your nails. It's not the nicotine. So that's basically what his story behind. But he says that after 10 years, to this day, he still wants a cigarette. I told him, but you just quit 10 years ago. He said, man, I still crave it to this day. The thing about addiction and the way it works is, and one thing I've learned about addiction, whether it's alcohol, drugs, gambling, sex, whatever addiction you're dealing with, one thing that's for certain, that addiction never really goes away. Now, you could be sober for 20 years, and that's great. That's a good accomplishment, but addiction itself never really goes away. It's, what's the word I want to use? It's sort of suppressed, if that makes sense. It's, I was reading a book on psychology about that, about addiction. And basically, the author in it talked about his addiction, and he said addiction never really goes away. It just really sort of suppresses itself. So you kind of, what's the word I want to use? You kind of you have to keep your mind busy, your mind occupied, and doing all types of new things. And that's how keeping the mind busy is the best way that he sort of described the addiction. And I never really understood that, but it kind of makes sense because, like, I have a food addiction, right? So I'm addicted to food, right? And sometimes I eat when I'm bored, right? When I'm happy, right? When I'm stressed, right? When I have nothing to do, or I get excited, want to eat, right? So working 12-hour shifts helps me suppress my thoughts. So it keeps my mind busy from wanting to eat food. Little pause, lay down right now. Lay down right now. So it keeps my mind busy, and that's sort of how I do it. It keeps my mind, because if I'm at the house all day, what I want to do? Eat. If I'm bored, what I want to do? Eat. I had a friend of mine who just got on vacation. He was on vacation for a week. He got back to work. He gained like 20 pounds. I said, how the fuck did you do that? He said, bro, I was bored. I had nothing else to do. I said, so what did you do? He said, I just ate. I just kept eating. I just was bored. He said, I put on some weight. I feel like shit now. And I said, fuck. So when I realized I go on vacation next month, I have to not eat because I'm not at work. And guess what? I'm at the house. So I have more time to what? Eat. And so I'm like, fuck, I just took off 26 pounds. I can't put that shit back on again. He said, well, I got a suggestion for you. You better do something, because if not, you're going to gain it back like I did. And I said, fuck, dude, I got to really just, I really got to fucking put this in gear when I go on vacation, man. Because now I'm going to be eating, bro. Yeah, it is President Little Paws. Look at him. Look at him. I told this boy to lay down. Look at him. Look how cute he is. Watch this. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh man, can you believe he's 15 years old? And look at him, so much energy. I still have juice in the tank. I still have juice in the tank. Just you stop it. He thinks he's beating you up, so you just let him think it. It's an ego thing with him. He thinks that he owns you and he's winning the fight. So you just go along with it. You just say, you know what, man? Okay, fine. You win. You win. You win, okay? You are the Valor Victorian. Okay, your nails are sharp. We need to get your nails done. We need to get your nails clipped, boy. He's the cutest boy in the world. 15 years old. Can you believe it? No cataracts, no health issues, still playful, no tumors, no cataracts. See his eyes? He still acts like a baby if you don't get his way. Can you believe that? That's no, he's attacking my hand. I am motivated. Addiction, and that's a demon. Anything you can do. You know, I had my dad's best friend was a gambling addict, right? So he was addicted to. Um, he was telling me that he had a gambling addiction, right? And he said, okay, you get in art trying to win money, right? And he told me, I told him, see, he said he gambled 125K away of his 401K away in like 2 months. And I said, so I'm just curious, because that's a lot of money, right? I said, what, I guess, what is so addicting about gambling? I guess that triggers you. He's like, it's not even the money, right? He goes, it's not even the money that I'm addicted to. I said, okay, so what is it then, right? If it's not the money, then what are you addicted to? He said, it's the lights. So when he walks in those casinos and those lights start flickering, they start going off, it triggers his brain to want to gamble. So it's like a triggering mechanism, some sort of triggering sensors, right? That's what it is, And based on the book I was reading, the psychologist was suggesting that you have to keep the mind busy in order to. It helps you a lot better because when you're sitting and idle and you have nothing to do, your brain starts becoming bored and it says, hey, why don't we do this like last time and it'll be different this time? You know what I'm saying? It's like a dopamine. You want to try to get your mind in a place to where you don't feel bored. It's like it's the word I want to use. It's sort of like it's sort of like a dopamine where it makes the brain stimulate, the mind stimulating. That's what addiction does. Is it makes your mind stimulate whatever addiction it is you're going through. And it's serious. It's like dead ass on that. My addiction is mainly food. Like I'm a food addict. But I've later learned through fasting that it's helped me suppress my addiction to food. And now I'm able to treat it as such as like something I need to eat for energy. And because my stomach shrank due to limited consumption of food, it's helped me a lot better, to understand. But I have a food addiction, and it, like I said, you can let it spiral out of control, or you can try to, or you can try to alter your mind to not look at it as something you always need, but something you just need for energy. It's a psychological thing I notice with weight loss. It's psychological more so than it is a task or an assignment. It's trying to cycle. It's trying to you're trying to psychoanalyze yourself to tell yourself that you're doing this for the betterment of your health as opposed to you just going on a diet and trying to lose weight. You're trying to better your health. Even if you just lose 10 pounds, even if you just lose 15. Rather than say, oh, I need to go on a diet, I need to lose 50 pounds, and I got 6 months to do it. You know, it's just always just doomed for failure, plateaus, impossible for your weight to go down. All these health issues are just, it's psychological more so than anything. As you get older, you start to realize that it's a psychological thing. So you look at it a lot differently than you did in the past. In the past, it was like low carb diet. I lose 30 pounds in 3 weeks and I feel great. Woo! And then you eat the rest of what you ate and then you gain all the weight back. That's why I hate low carb diets so much, because it's a quick result to lose 30 pounds. And then the minute you eat anything with carbs, you're cooked and boom, weight gain all over again as if you never lost it. It's just, that's why I hate low carb diets. I've done them so much over the years. I'm just so sick of it because at this point it's just impossible to do and maintain it. You like starve yourself of carbs. And so I finally realized that just wasn't working. So it's just, I need something long term. And that's when intermediate fasting came in. And it's the best feeling I've ever had in the world. I don't feel starving. My mind feels more clarity. I got more energy. I feel like I want to do more in life now. I feel like I can go work out. I can do all different types of stuff. What's going on? When you take you don't enjoy it anymore. Yeah. Is caffeine a drug? Technically, by definition, it is. Even though we all need caffeine. You like coffee? Diet Coke? You need a little caffeine, man. Because, it's hard to get energy when you don't have coffee. You need like a little kickstart, a little jolt. So where you can get up, have a nice cup of coffee, start your morning. Shit, have 2 cups. Some people have 2-3 cups. But I guess caffeine would be considered a drug by definition, I guess. So, I guess. When you're younger, it's about quantity. When you're older, it's about quality. Dopamine, yeah. But you have to have some caffeine, man. I can't go without a little bit. I gotta have a coffee, man. Even if it's just 1 cup. Like me, I just need 1 cup of coffee. Some people have 2-3 cups. Little Paul says like 8 cups of coffee in the morning. Me, I can't. I have to have some coffee in the morning, right? Little Paul, I have about 8 cups in the morning, and I feel great. I can't stop moving. I can't stop fucking moving. I can't stop fucking moving. Look how mad he gets. See, I told you. Shit don't go his way. You're cooked. You are cooked. Look at him. See? You recommend sending that guy to Iowa. I'm sure he will be bored out of his mind. There's nothing to do with Iowa. I've always wanted to go to Iowa. Little Paw, stop. Every time he'll wave his tail in your face. He'll say, I'm better than you, I'm better than you, I'm better than you, I'm better than you, I'm better than you. That's like what he's saying. He'll wave his tail in your face. It's like, I'm better than you, I'm better than you, I'm better than you. See? Stop. You damn tell him, boy. You need to lay down. You've been horrible all day. He's an entitlement boy. He needs to lay his butt down is what he needs to do. Yeah, I heard about those viruses. Was it called Contivarius or something? I don't think I pronounced it right. I've been working so much, man. Stop. Lay down, boy. See how much attention you got to give him? Oh, shit, Ebola. I know what Ebola is. I never heard of the other one. Oh, shit. Spell desserts backwards. Uh-oh. Big Fat Greek Wedding. I've never seen that one. I've heard of it, but never seen the show. Sorry, my eyes all twitching, which I don't know why it's doing that. It's all messing up right now. I can't believe it's already. It's already 3 something in the morning. Spell desserts backwards. Man, I can't believe we are halfway throughout the year. It's already freaking, what, June? That's crazy. Yeah, he's right here. He's entitled. I'm better than you. I'm better than you. I'm better than you. I'm better than you. That's what he's saying. I'm better than you. And he just waves his little tail in your face. I'm better than you. I'm better than you. I'm better than you. Yeah, this year is going by so fast. Before you know it, it's 2027. And then after that, it'll be what? 2028? Jesus Christ, don't remind me. No more years. How about that? We don't need any more time added to our life. Can time go backwards? Well, that would be nice. In theory, that would be nice if life could go backwards. I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind life being like, let's say, like maybe the early 2000s or the mid 2000s. Even though I think that my dad tells me that the best time to live in was the 70s and the 80s, which to me would, based on watching those movies, it kind of makes more sense. Life seemed more innocent back then. People talked, people hung out, no technology. Life seemed simpler. Summers lasted longer. Now it's just everything goes by so quickly, and people don't talk anymore. People are constantly fighting. You know, it just a lot different. Mm-hmm. Marvin said, fun fact, Coca-Cola was created during the Civil War times. An old Confederate general. Really? It was created in Atlanta, Georgia. Well, I didn't know that. Marvin said Coca-Cola was used to create the cure addiction from morphine addiction. Old Confederate general had a morphine addiction and made Coca-Cola as a medicine, which eventually became over the counter known as Coca-Cola. Interesting. That's interesting perspective. That I did not know. I'm gonna have to look that up. But that's I'm glad you brought that up. I'm gonna have to check that. I think technology, although it has its benefits, I did think it made us more lazier. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. I think we become lazier, we become more entitled, you know? Now, of course, your phone, you can make more money on your phone, but the cons to it is now people become more lazier and entitled, and, you know, that's the only bad thing about it. Because with pros, there's cons. Yeah, Coca Cola was, according to Marvin, was made as an herbal medicine to help morphine addiction. But now it's sold worldwide as a soft drink beverage. But it was created during the Civil War by an old Confederate general who had a morphine addiction and created Coca Cola to help with the morphine addiction. But what was supposed to be just Coca Cola served as medication or medicine was sort of similar, like what you would consider cough syrup, ended up becoming a product known as a soft drink. Yeah, all right, little pause. See, even in little pause. I drink Diet Coke from time to time. I like to have a fucking Diet Coke. I want a Diet Coke or Diet Dr. Pepper. And if I don't get it, I'm gonna fucking sue everyone. I'm gonna fucking sue you if I don't get my Diet Coke. Got a good attorney and I'm gonna start suing. It was made by accident, yeah. Would I chug a Coke? Nah. Don't get me wrong. I like Diet Pepsi, Diet Dr. Pepper. I drink a lot of the diet drinks because I have to watch my sugar. But I've now drank a lot of the lighter drinks now. Like I drink Diet Fanta, Diet Sunkist, Diet Mountain Dew. I kind of stay away from dark color sodas now. Super glue was made by accident. Well, how was it made by accident? Super glue? Really? That I did not know. Super glue. Interesting. Super glue made by accident. Hmm. That's interesting. Marvin said peace of mind is very important as you get older. Yeah, absolutely. It's like, look, listen, I understand you're going through this. I'm going through this. Cool. I just want peace. Can you give me peace? Yes or no? I just want peace. That's it. I think the concept that people say, I just want someone that makes me happy, I think it's kind of a wrong way to think. Because when you imply that you want to be happy, well, that's impossible because in order to get happy, you have to go through sadness and stress and anger and all these emotions. So to say I want to be happy is an unobtainable um, it's untainable in regards to um, longevity because you'll never be fully happy. So the way that I look at it now, I don't want to be happy. I don't want to be sad, angry, or none of that. I just want peace. That's it. And I think once you understand that, it's a lot better than saying I want to be happy. I don't want to be happy. I just want peace. That's it. It's as simple as that. It doesn't get any better or worse than that. I think it's a simple logic that most people can get behind. Because I automatically know you're never gonna fully be happy in life. Like you're always gonna have, some days you're gonna be sad, some days you're gonna be angry, some days you're gonna have a bad day. Hell, you might even have 2 weeks straight with nothing but stress and more problems and problems and problem solving, problem solving. So you just realize, well, you can't be happy all the time because it's virtually impossible. So instead of saying I want to be happy, just say I want peace. I think that's the best way to look at it. And many understand that it's a lot. Things go by to me a lot better. I think you tend not to overthink things when you get older. You don't tend to put too much emphasis on a lot of things anymore. You just want peace. Say, look, I just want peace, man. That's it. I don't want no problems. Just want peace. You know what I'm saying? Simple as that. Oh, I didn't know that. So that if you had a wound, they put super glue on it. Ouch. I wonder if that heals. So does that work better than stitches? Because I heard now they use super glue, like to glue your cut together. They don't really use stitches anymore. Caitlin said 100. 100. What's the most girlfriends you ever had at one time? Man, you trying to get me in trouble? Little Paws has had about 30. He's had about 30 girlfriends, right, Little Paws? Yeah. I had a lot. I don't even remember. I don't remember. But it might have been about 30. It might have been 30. Maybe 40. I just don't remember. Um, Shit. I'm gonna say about 5. Hey, look, man, don't hurt the messenger. I had about 5. It was fun when it lasted, but would I ever do that again? Hell no. It's a lot of headache. It's a lot of headache, and it's a lot of stress. It's just not worth it to me. A lot of guys make it sound like it's cool to have 8 girlfriends. Like, man, I'm this big time player and I got 8 girlfriends. It's like, yeah, you got 8 fucking headaches and 4 slash tires. It's just not worth it, man. It's really not. Like, to me at this point in the game, I just want one. Just one, and that's it. I'm out the game. Just one girlfriend, that's it. Peace of mind, I'm good. It's just it gets stressful when you try to do that shit. You know. I think even girls experience that too because especially if you're out in the dating field and you got all these different types of men taking you out. It's all fun and games at first until it just gets stressful and you just have so many guys talking to you and you're going out here, there, and you get through so many different, um, you know, different scenarios, different men, and it's not worth it to me. At the end of the day, you just psychoanalyze yourself right out the game. It sounds fun at first, but it's always disastrous. It's just always a lot of stress, a lot of drama. Just saying. It's a lot of stress, a lot of drama, and it's just, to me, not worth it anymore. No, I said Little Paws had 40 girlfriends. Right, Little Paws? He said he had 40 girlfriends. I didn't say, I said I had 5 at one point. That's the most I ever had at one point. But to be honest with you, it's not like that they weren't any innocent themselves because they were all talking to other dudes too. So what's the big deal? Everybody, when you're dating, everybody's talking to a couple of people or whatever. And so I didn't pay no mind to it. It's just like, okay, well, you're talking to the guys. I don't give a shit. Whatever. You know, so it's not like I was being disingenuous. It's like you're in the dating market. You're not legally married. It's not like you're like any seriousness. So it's like you're just kind of on these sites. You're meeting people and doing your thing. So whatever, And they're talking to other guys. Okay, cool. It's like I can't stop them from that shit. I just said, okay, cool. Like you're doing your thing. Whatever, shit. I'm doing me. So what's the big deal? You know. But that was again. That was back in the day, and I'm done with that shit. I'm out the game now. You know, I'm out the game. This been there, done that. It's like I don't want 8 girlfriends. Just one's fine. I have one, and that's good. You know. Do you believe in controlling? No, that shit don't work. You could try to be controlling all you want. There's one thing about showing that you care and saying, "Hey, I don't want you doing that," or "I don't want you doing this." But when you try to control someone, you know, the thing is humans naturally rebel, right? So if you try to do it to where it becomes some sort of tightrope thing, they're gonna rebel, and if they don't do it, they'll just do it behind your back. So to say, you don't want to make the rope too tight to where they can't breathe, but at the same time, you don't want them walking all over you either. So you just say, "Look, I don't like this or I don't like that." Okay, whatever. Just be like, I don't feel comfortable with you talking to this person, or it just depends on the situation. But when you try to do all this controlling shit, your partner will just end up rebelling against you sooner or later. It's a matter of time. I had a buddy of mine who said, "Hey, I don't have my wife get on social media, and I don't. And by doing that, it diminishes us from cheating on each other." I was like, you know what, Ben? That sounds kind of a good deal, right? Like, all right. And then so come to find out, his girlfriend was fucking one of the neighbors down the street when he was in the military. Now I don't mean to laugh because I don't think it's funny, but it's just like he's sitting here almost like lecturing me about how, we both are not on social media, so she's not going to meet anybody and I'm not going to meet anybody. It was mutually exclusive, and we're not going to cheat on each other. And I was like, all right. And he would go to the military and everything, and then she was getting dicked down by one of the neighbors. And so I asked him, I said, "Hey, so what happened to that whole social media thing?" "Well, what do you mean?" I said, "Well, shit, motherfucker, you said y'all didn't have social media, that she wasn't going to get dicked down. And when you you went to the military, which thank you for serving this country, but somebody was serving your wife." I'm just saying. I'm not trying to be mean, but I'm just, you made it sound foolproof that it wasn't going to happen. And so the point was, he was trying to be all controlling. And he's like, making, you're not going to have social media and you're not getting on there. They think you're going to be some whore online. And the whole time, she didn't have to go on social media. She get dicked down by one of the neighbors. And I was like, damn. I'm like, I know this motherfucker looked defeated. Because as soon as like when I was on the phone with him and shit, he sounded defeated, like he just lost the championship game or something. I was like, damn. Well, that bitch was getting dicked down while you I mean, it sound like a joker here, but goddamn, he's sitting there all flat, serving this country shit. I mean, the point of this lecture is that it goes to show you, when you try to control someone, what happens? Eventually, they will rebel against their oppressor. And so, does that mean you say, well, maybe I shouldn't, be so strict on, my significant other? No, I'm not saying that. But, you can establish boundaries without being so straw boss about it. When you try to control someone, it doesn't work. You know, it's sort of like when parents, all right, you have kids and they become teenagers. And what do teenagers do? They're rebellious, especially adolescents, right? You'll put on all these rules. You know, you are to be home by 9:50, and you better not be late. Or you're not allowed to go out, you're grounded. You know, this is the whole like boomer thing. You're grounded for fucking 5 weeks. You cannot be on the phone, or you can't get on the phone, and you can't do this or that. How many times you get grounded and you always found ways to go around it? You know, you always found ways to get around that shit. Many times, bruh. You know, right? Because we as humans, like, we don't like being told what to do. So your natural reaction is to rebel. You rebel against your oppressors. So being controlling, although it has its intentions, maybe well because you think you're eliminating XYZ, but you later learn that it doesn't always work that way. And that people find ways around it. That's why I just, to me personally, I'd say it's better to just say, you know what? I'm not going to just sit here and say you can do whatever you want, but you know how I feel about this, and that. I don't should have to hold your hand and follow you everywhere. But just understand, when I bust you, there are consequences. And that's how you do it. Do I believe in going through someone's phone? I don't know. I mean, that's kind of like one of those trick questions, Marvin, where it's like, y'all exchange phones and one person goes through it the other. And I'm going to go through your inbox and see who you're talking to. People will delete the messages. They'll delete whatever the app. And then you hand them the phone back, they'll just put the app back on and open up those DMs back up. It ain't even no sense in trying to do it. Now, if you've seen sneak, grab their phone, they don't watch you, and yeah. But the thing is it's just one of those things where it's like, when you dig through somebody's phone, eventually you're going to find something you don't like. It's just, what is the severity of it? So if they are, like, meeting up with other people and stuff, if you're not married to the person, it's easier to walk away. But if you're married to the person, that's when it becomes a shit. It's just a very bad situation. But luckily, if you're single, no kids, and you're in a situation, you're dating someone, and you find out they're talking to people, it's like, okay, that's cool. No worries. I'm just gonna, at that point, I'm not gonna like sweat it if it doesn't work out. Let's be like, hey, look, I tried, but obviously, it's not much of a serious situation to be in, so it's cool. As long as I get mine, I'm good. I'm telling you, man, you can't get stressed over the things you can't control. Sometimes you just have to let the cards, fold as they may. My eyes itching. You have to let the cards fold as they may. I'm not going to sit here and let somebody steal my joy and stress me out. That ain't happening. I'm still going to do me. You can look in mine and pick it up. Ooh, Caitlin said I could pick her phone up and just dig through that shit. To be honest with you, I don't even know if I feel comfortable doing that. Most people would say, I'll dig through your phone and look, and I want to see who you're at and who you're talking to. I'm going to be honest with you, man. I don't think I feel comfortable picking up someone's phone, digging through it. It used to be the thing back in the day, right? That I used to want to do that. Now it's like, I don't even want to do that. I don't even want to do that. I don't even want to go through your phone. It's not that I don't care. It's just I just don't want to stress myself out doing it. I just don't even want to do it. I just don't believe in that. I just don't believe in grabbing someone's phone, going for it. Now, sure, you might find answers to your questions, but I just don't want to go through it. I just don't feel the need to. It's just always something about me. I think a cell phone was always just sacred. I treat it like that. I treat it as, I don't know. To me, maybe I might receive a little scrutiny for that. Because they'll be like, well, if you're in a relationship, you should be going through your significant other's phone. Well, I mean, technically, you would think that would be the case, but honestly, I wouldn't even give a shit. Now, you might say, well, so you don't care if she's talking to someone else? No, I do. I just don't care to look through her phone. I don't know. I don't think it's, I don't know, man. It's just weird. Maybe if I was married, it would be different. It's a different set of rules, different set of standards. Because, see, when you're married, it's a different story. You have kids, you're married, you're living together. You goddamn right you're going to want to go through that phone, right? It's just a matter, I mean, it makes sense, right? And because you're giving your time and resources, assets, and this and that to each other, so that makes more sense. But if I'm single and we're just dating and we're not living together or nothing like that, what the fuck do I look like going through your damn phone for? That don't make no damn sense. You know? That's like, imagine if we were dating for like 2 weeks and all of a sudden it's like, Caitlin, give me your damn phone. You'd be like, what the fuck? Who the fuck you think you are? Like you would look at me like I was stupid. Like you would look at me like I was stuck on stupid. Because let's just say, if I went on a date with someone and on the third date they're like, let me go through your phone, I'm gonna be looking at her like she's stuck on stupid. I'm gonna be like, what the fuck? What the fuck you mean go through my fucking phone? And we're on the third date. Like, hell nah. What you mean? Going through my damn phone. You lost your goddamn mind? One time my homegirl went on a date. She went on a date with this guy at Buffalo Wild Wings. Never forget. And she called me, right, when she was on the date. And I guess she was asked, like she was telling me how it was going or something, I don't know. And so he basically tells her, who's that dude on the phone? Like he was trying to like play Mr. Tough Guy, right? I mean, who that motherfucker on the phone? And I heard him. So I said, hold on. Who is that? Man, it ain't none of his business be asking me that question. Like, I don't know this dude. He don't know me. He don't even be asking all that. And so I was like, who is this guy? And she's like, well, I just went on a date, my first date with this. I'm like, hold on, wait, hold on. First of all, I said, put that motherfucker on the phone right now. Or put me on speaker. She didn't want to do it. But I was going to check him right there. Because I was like, no. You done messed up the whole game now. I was like, put me on speaker right now. We're going to have a chat. And she didn't want to do it. All right, she's all like, no, I just want to be civilized. I'm like, all right. Because I was going to check him right there, right? And so my thing is first and foremost, you haven't earned that right to be asking questions like that, especially on the first date. Regardless if it's a man or woman, you haven't earned that right to be sitting there throwing your shit around like that. Secondly, it's not like there is anything of nature to where it's a serious relationship for you're not married to that person, nor are you living with the person. It's the first date, and he's already coming out the pocket like that. And so I told her, I said, man, put me on, man, I was hot. I was like, put me on speaker. I'm about to check this dude. But she didn't want to do it. But the point is like, imagine you going on a date with someone and they're sitting there throwing that kind of bullshit at you right away. Who you on the phone with? I'm gonna go through your phone. Like, are you crazy? I'm not even married to you, and you're acting all like this. Just imagine if I was to marry you and you act 10 times worse than this. That's definitely a no-no to me. It's just kind of. I say going through cell phones is weird if you're not married to the person or you're not exclusively living together. I'd say that's when it becomes a little weird saying I'm gonna go through your email, I'm gonna go through your phone. If we're not legally living together, rather it's I think like Texas, it's 6 months for the term in-law marriage, where you're considered in-laws, or what they considered what do they call it? Is it in-law or state? Oh, I forgot what they call that term, that marriage term. But it's like if you're living together for 6 months, they consider you like a married couple, if that makes sense. Even if you didn't technically legally got married. If we're not living together, if we're not living together and we're not married, you have no right to ask me for my cell phone. And that's just flat out. And if you want to shoot that shade at me, cool. I have no problem with you doing that because that's how I look at it. And it'd be different if we were living together or we were married. That's different. But if we're just dating and it's something like just, casual date here or there, it's not, no, you're not getting my phone and I'm not getting yours. You know what I'm saying? Now we're married, we're living together, then we get each other's phones. That's cool. I have no problem with that. But if we're not married or we're not or not living together, no. You're not getting my phone. It's as simple as that. And if you want to say the same thing about me, cool. That's cool. Oh, you have something to hide. It's not even really that. It's just the principle of the matter. You know, you got some people that try to enter the relationship right away and they try to be controlling right off the bat. I think that's a big red flag. And the problem is it's like, like for example, I watch a lot of these podcasters, right? Like that guy from whatever podcast, I think his name's Brian Atlas or something like that. He's always complaining about something, but he says, well, I'm not taking you out and paying for you when you're sitting there getting dicked down by other men or talking or dating other guys. And I'm like, well, technically in theory, I get what he's trying to say is that you want to be exclusive with one person. But at the same time, dude, you met on a dating app. How did that person know that y'all were going to meet at this particular time when they've talked to several people before that situation? You can't get mad about that. And he want to sit there and throw a hissy fit about that shit. Like, well, you don't need to be talking to other guys. You talking to me, and you gonna just sit there and talk to me only, and you dating other guys on the internet. I'm like, bro, but how did she know she was gonna meet you? And it's like that's kind of stupid for you to say. It's really stupid for you to throw that out there. And what are they supposed to do? Make a profile and wait for you to DM them? I mean, come on, man. This is being disingenuous. Now you're just being like this little control freak with little insecurities. It's like, dude, stop. You know what I'm saying? People are gonna date. There's no way you're gonna meet a virgin. People nowadays are not virgins anymore, and that's just stuff you have to deal with. You have to consider age and time, and who they met and stuff. They say does a person's past come and haunt them? You know, we live in a country full of second, third, fourth chances. So people have the opportunity to better themselves, and I've seen it. Success stories come from hardship. So you'll be surprised at people I run into with criminal records a mile high, but they have millions of dollars in their bank account and way more than I'll ever dream of. So, I realize that whole felony record thing is not entirely accurate to what your outcome will be financially. Some people just have a skill, some people don't, and this is what it is. And the thing about it is that what was that I'm talking about? With the whole concept of beating online is that when they start trying to throw all these controlling things right off the bat, that is bad. Just it's bad for business. It is. When you're too controlling, people will rebel. It's just a matter of time. You're better off just being casual, calm and collective, keeping a sane mind, great energy levels, but yet telling them exactly how you feel about this, and that. And just say, listen, that's cool. But just understand when this happens, there's consequences. And that's cool. Whatever. It is what it is. That's how you have to treat people. Is just say, look, just understand when I bust you, there's consequences for your actions. This is what it may happen. But I do believe in second, third, fourth chances. You know. And I do believe in that. We live in a nation where people have gotten, you see serial killers with documentaries, and you see like complete narcissists that are millionaires. I mean, it's just, you'll be surprised of what you see a lot in this world. And sometimes it's not always sunshine and rainbows. Some people do things the right way and never get an opportunity. And some people always are constant fuck ups, and they get constant notoriety, constant attention, constant opportunities to put themselves in better situations. And I just realized that sometimes it's not always about I don't know. It's not always about your actions and choices. Sometimes it's about networking and communication skills, more so than your past. And sometimes doing the right thing all the time isn't always right. It's true. Wait, you believe in what are my birthday plans? Um, little pause. What is it? What is my birthday plans? He said he doesn't know. Um, what are my birthday plans? After a while, birthdays, I don't even think about them anymore. To be honest with you, like I try not to think about them anymore. Um, I just lucky to be alive every day. Like I don't want any gifts anymore. I think the whole gift giving is all blown out proportion. I don't want your money. I don't want your gifts. I don't even want a happy birthday anymore. I just want to forget that it ever happened. I just don't want no more birthdays. You know, I think maybe just like, just you saying, "Hey, happy just are you happy to be alive for another year?" Yes. Yes. I'm happy to be alive for another year. I'm happy to another day. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know. I just feel like when people tell me happy birthday, that's just like you're kind of like a baby. Kind of like gaga goo goo. It's like, oh, you poor baby. You have to happy birthday, baby. You little baby. You know, you little baby. You want your diapers and your bottle milk. It feels like that after you get older. It just doesn't feel the same anymore. You just hate your birthday after a while because you just know what's gonna happen. People are like, "Happy birthday!" You're just like, "Oh God, no more, please, God." And you're just like, "I'm happy to be alive, but please don't acknowledge my birthday anymore." I try not to think about it. Okay? It's just like I just want to go to the movies, watch a movie, and that's it. No more, nothing less. In fact, I care more about holidays than I do about my birthday now. But it used to be the opposite. Margaret said after 21, it just sucks. That sounds about right, actually. I think after 21, you just don't give a shit anymore. you know? I guess the important ages growing up is what? You're a teenager at 13 because it's cool to be a teenager. You hear the word teen at the end. You're like, yeah, I'm a teenager. And then 17 is an odd number. But Sweet 16, that's more for girls. 18 is the age. I can smoke cigarettes. I'm a man. And then 21 is like, I can drink. I'm a man. And then after that, it sucks. It's just, you know, you just stop counting. You're just like, I don't want to count anymore. I'm just done. I'm just done with that shit. It's like, bah humbug. It's like Santa. When they say, who says that Santa Claus? Like, bah humbug. Or is that Scrooge? Scrooge McDuck. You're like, bah humbug. That's how you look at it now. You just don't try not to think about your birthday anymore. You're like, can I just skip my birthday and like just please people don't notice it? Thank you. Well, I understand that. I got you. Well, I'm just saying. You just don't care anymore about your birthday. I just look at it like I'm lucky to be alive again. That's how I look at life. I just want peace in my life. Just want to be happy. You know, keep my mind occupied. I try not to let things bother me anymore. I just want peace. No more years, no more birthdays, no more. Just want to just lay here. Right, little pause? He just wants to lay here. Can you believe he's 15 years old? Look at him, completely healthy as a horse. No issues with health. Cataracts, nothing. And I think he might actually make another 5 years. The way that it's going, he might be happy. He might make it to 20. Isn't that crazy? You know? I'll tell you this, man. My eyes are irritating, especially like this one. Probably because I'm tired and I'm like fighting the sleep, trying to fight myself. But I usually stay up at night because I work nights. Look. Oh, he's a beautiful boy. He's a beautiful man. He gets compliments everywhere I take him. Like I put him in the went to Walmart, I put him in the grocery cart, and he sits there and he just looks up. He just looks up at the sky. Just like he's in some sort of Astroworld ride. And just everybody compliments him. Everybody does. He's just a man of the hour. You know what's crazy sometimes? Is that animals love you more than you. Or let me reemphasize that. Animals are more loyal than humans. True facts. Whether your day's bad, sad, whatever, Lil Paws will always be here. But sometimes humans aren't always there. They'll leave and come and leave and go, and new ones will come and leave and come and go. That's just a cycle of life. Yeah, it's Little Paws. He's a baby. He don't take shit from people. He's a child. He's a freaking child. Little thank you. You seem unbothered with Little Paws. That's good. Well, I mean, yeah, he's a baby. Even though technically he's an old man, but in his mind he feels like he's a teenager still, like he's 15 years old. He feels like he's a baby, like he's a minor, Right, Little Paws? Like, so when you're 18, you get to smoke cigarettes. You'll be old enough to buy your own pack of cigarettes. He can buy his own cigarettes when he's 18. He doesn't need me. And then when he's 21, he can have a drink. He he can go to the bar and go buy himself a drink. We'll get him an ID so he can buy himself a little drink. Anyways, my best advice, if I'm allowed to have an opinion, is just to enjoy life because once it's gone, and that's it. Unless you're like Hinduism, you believe in reincarnation, maybe I can, be born again like him as a cat and live another 20. I can do that. But other than that, other than that, it's just a normal life. I want peace. That's all I want. Nothing too serious. Just peace, life, and just enjoy it. Because once it's gone, man. There's no going back. You know, there's no reset. You were born on this world by yourself. When you pass, unfortunately, it's an experience you experience by yourself. Yes, this is what it is. It's just life. I don't know who that is. That's an easy life. No, you know what I want to come back as? A tree. I'll tell you why. Because trees live up to 500 years old, 1,000 for some of those trees. And I would love to be a tree with no stress and just live 1,000 years. You see all the generations of humans coming by. Humans coming by, all these generations, and just, what? Just to see them. Just a tree just sitting there. Hopefully the developers don't chop you down, but other than that, just be a tree. Make like a tree. You understand? Make like a tree. The second time you heard that. Oh yeah, I mean you could be an oak tree and live up to 1,000 years. And then that way you can live your whole entire life. And see all these generations of people. There's this beautiful tree. It's a pecan tree. And it's been around since the Civil War time. And it's the 56, I think it's the 56 or something, largest pecan tree in the state of Texas. And it's right down the road from me, not that far. And it's been around since like 1840 something. It's a real cool tree. And it's to this day still alive. Now, some people vandalized the tree and they messed it up really bad. And it pissed me off. But at the same time, the tree's still alive. It's probably doesn't have that much life left. Maybe another 100 years if lucky. But it's been around for a long time. Nonetheless, it's probably seen many people come and go, walk those tracks. People come take pictures with it. And beautiful tree. And it's been around for a long time. About 300 years. Like, you know what? I wouldn't mind being a pecan tree and being alive for 400 years. Just that way I can watch people come back as a tree. There you go. That's how you learn. Marvin said this is a good stream. Very relaxing. I can read Rose's vibe through the phone. I believe in energy levels, man. I really do. I believe that communication is the thing that people lack mostly. And that's the reason why, we're currently living in the times we do where people hate each other and we have this whole gender war and race war and um people like hate each other. It's because people don't communicate. People are frustrated. Well, also with the economy too plays a role, and in inflation and everything like that, and our government, blah blah blah. But at the same time, people don't communicate with each other. People, don't listen, and people don't they don't communicate. That's why we're in the problems we're in. That's why when bridges are burnt, bridges have to be what? Rebuilt. But we can't rebuild it because people are constantly burning those bridges, and that's what happens. And again, it's at the end of the day, people, my dad always told me one thing. My dad, I learned a lot from my old man, 'cause my old man's a salesman. My dad has a seventh grade education, no father in his life. My dad had an alcohol addiction since the age of 12, and he makes six figures. Now let that kind of sink in, right? So that goes to show you that, you can still kind of make it in life, not to give up. And so my dad always told me that, people are going to remember you the way you make them feel. And that's very important. That's how people are going to remember you. That's why it's very important that you treat people with respect. Some people say, well, respect is earned. It's just true. But at the same time, it doesn't cost nothing. It doesn't cost anything to be kind to others, even if you think they don't deserve it. It still doesn't hurt to be nice, or to be common courtesy, or to be respectful. You don't have to kiss anybody's butt, but just to be a respectable person, a decent human being with common courtesy. There's nothing wrong. There's no cost to it. No cost to it. And some people, they just want to be rude and disrespectful, and then they expect you to give them respect. And that's just, never going to work out long term. Never going to work out. One 100%. I agree, Caitlin. Like I said, the best way to sum it up is, I just want a woman who's going to bring me peace. If that is the one thing I had to ask for, as Marvin asked the question, if there was one thing you would ask that you would want from your partner, what would it be? Peace, man. That's it. Now, is that always going to be easy? No, of course not. But that's what I want. I just want peace, man. I just want a woman that's going to bring me peace now. Or I just want to be around people in general that's going to bring me peace. I don't want no problems. I don't want no drama, nothing like that. I just want to just be able to know that we can hang out and have a good time watching a game, watch a movie, have a beer or a Coke. I don't care. A cold soda, I don't care, man. I want just peace in my life. As I realize as you get older, it's not all about quantity. It's about quality. So quantity meaning, you want 8 girlfriends, you want 100,000 friends and all that shit. All that shit goes away with time. You're just like, you know what? If I could have just like maybe 3 or 4 friends that's like cool, calm, collective, respectful, then that's cool. I don't have a problem with that. I'm not saying we have to agree on everything, but just, respectable people. That's going to bring me peace. Hey, cool. Then have 100 people, that you're friends with, and then you're just having all these issues with. And sometimes it's just not worth it. It's not worth like having to, be in a situation like that. You just want peace. And if you don't, if you if you're at a point in your life where you don't have peace, you need to try to find it. Because I'm telling you, it's not worth having all that drama. It's just not. It's not worth the stress. It's not worth your time. It's not worth, dealing with that shit. It's just not. And it's just not. Well, of course I'm gonna give her peace. Why would I not? If I want a woman that's gonna give me peace, shouldn't I give the same in return? I just want peace. Now, if there's more of a other things that I want, that's a private conversation. But if you were to ask me what are the qualities in a woman I'm looking for, I just want peace, man. I just want a peace of mind. Now, does that mean the first argument we get into the relationship's over? No. We're always gonna have disagreements. But the point is, I just want peace. And that makes sense. I don't even want to be happy. You know? I don't want to be happy. Now, that sounds weird, doesn't it? Because most people say, I just want to be happy. I don't want to be happy. Because that's impossible with what life throws at you. What I want is peace. So if I have a peace of mind, that means what? Not getting upset at things you have no control over. And once you start learning that, you're just like, you know what? I just want peace. That's it. That's sort of like how my mind goes. That's how I look at it now. That's how I look at life now. I don't look at life like, oh, I need I want to just be happy and I'm tired of all these people bringing drama and shit. I see a lot of these content makers are like that. And then they say that, but then they're in a constant drama. Because you're always going to find it. It's always going to happen. You're always going to have problems in life, like new problems. I just say, you know what? Life is about what? Problem solving. If you think about it in hindsight, that's what life is. It's about problem solving. Solving problems. And the more you can solve problems, the more successful you'll become. Not just from a financial aspect, but just in life. You'll find yourself more peaceful when you can problem solve through life. So I say communication is the key. The minute you understand that, it's a lot. Things just fall in place. It just makes more sense. That's why, I don't follow anybody anymore that are drama based. Like all these content makers that push this divide and bullshit on race and gender and stuff, and these guys who whine about women all day, and these women who whine about guys all day. I just unfollow them all. I don't want nothing to do with them. I wish them the best. I wish them luck, and their commenters luck. But I want peace, and that's it. So I just watch, movies, and I've been a movie buff. Like this year's all been movies to me. Nothing but watching movies. And I watch a lot of stuff like Animal Planet, and I watch astronomy. I'm a big astronomy guy, so I watch a lot of for example, are we alone in the universe? Are there other planets, other solar systems? I watch a lot of that shit on my off time. I watch a lot of food channels and stuff, just stuff that gets my mind warped around more of a educational, rather than people that just push dumb fucking stupid content out for quick views. The people who are miserable and their commenters are miserable and everybody's angry and it's just so stupid. So I just try to stay away from it and just try to put my mind warped around things that like it's fun to do, like a task, an accomplishment, uh, wanting to learn something new, learning new things about the universe. The stuff like that. Things to do in Dallas, Texas, things to do in Los Angeles. I try to look for things on that sounds like more exciting, you know, rather than all this division and shit. It just makes no sense at this point in the game. And anything that's going to give me a peace of mind is how I look at it now. If it doesn't, I need to steer far away from it. Like, that's the way it is. But, anyways, I think once you understand that, life gets a little more simpler. I don't even look at money the same way anymore. You know, um, people look at money as materialistic things, which is good to have money. You need money to survive. But at the same time, when the day we move on, that money doesn't transfer with us. We're here temporarily, you know. So I don't look at money anymore the same way I used to. Like I used to say, man, I can't wait to be a millionaire or wait to even have $10 billion in the bank. Which I mean, that's great, but I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with it. I just don't emphasize on it anymore. I don't. You see a lot of these billionaires, content makers, and multimillionaire content makers, and you try to compare your life to them, and you're like, what would it be like if I had 10 million or 50 million? And I'm not gonna say you should give up, but at the same time, I try not to, focus on what other people are doing and how much they're making, and just try to focus on my life and things I enjoy doing and how I can make more money for myself. And that's sort of how I look at it now. I think for me, it's a lot, you know, not getting stressed over the things I have no control over, or more so in the sense things that I can control on my life. I mean, I'm just saying that's how I look at it now. It took a while for me to understand that concept because I was always worrying about other people's income and what they're doing and what I need to be doing and try to compare my life to them. And I just realized I was living the wrong life. Instead, I need to focus more on myself and building my own empire and doing that as opposed to worrying about what other people are doing, right or wrong. Just living my own life doing that. My eyes are hurting. But that don't mean hurt. Is it true you hang out at Walmart? Wow, you have a weird sense of humor. Like even for these trolls that come in here, man, you know, I get it. It's your job to, I guess, get a arousement out of me. So that's fine. Sometimes I just never understand the art of trolling to the degree that it makes no sense. You know, it'd be one thing if you were like on topic and of the video and you were kind of say something that kind of is trolling. You don't want to make it look obvious, but you are trolling. That's one thing. But when it's just random weird shit out of nowhere, you're just kind of like, okay, what was that? You try to, I guess, understand it, but sometimes you can't always understand people's mindset as to why they say or do the things they do. Sometimes it's better just to understand it and deal with it. Caitlin said, true. Marva said, you kept my ass up all night, Rose. This is a good stream. Well, I appreciate you. Anything that will make people enjoy my content, That's what I do. I think Mr. Boston fell asleep. Top five places you want to visit. Well, let's see. So I'm already saying, talking about traveling. I'll say Hawaii because of the mountains, Honolulu, all the little islands that are together, the beaches, the food, the nature hikes. That's what I want to visit. Hawaii, Alaska, another one. I want to go to that city. Was it Fairbanks? Is that the one where it's like where they have like 24-hour daylight? Bro, I would love to visit Alaska and experience that and see what the 24-hour day is like with the sun out and everything. Um, Everybody says Disney in Florida. Now, I wouldn't mind going to the Florida Keys, but the idea that Disney, I think it's kind of played out. I really don't want to do Disney. Eh. But I wouldn't mind going to Jacksonville. Well, I said I want to go to Texans Jaguars game in Jacksonville. They have a beautiful stadium. But Jacksonville, yeah, definitely. Alaska, let's say Hawaii. Um, let's see, is there anywhere else? At least United States wise. I guess Maine. I'm gonna go visit Stephen King. I'm gonna get an autograph from him. Then me and Stephen King are gonna go fishing. Now, to me personally, I wouldn't mind meeting Stephen King. Oh, he's a liberal socialist. No, he's not. A little weird, yes, but give the old man a break, right? I would rather. I wouldn't mind hanging out, like I said, with Stephen King, dead ass, and like going out and going fishing together. So Stephen King, if you're watching this, we're gonna go fishing in Maine in the beaches. And we're gonna catch some fish. All right. And you know what we're gonna watch? It. Stephen King's It. Like dead ass. I'm gonna go watch Stephen King's It. I'm dead ass about that. Now, I want to go to Maine, and I want to get on a sailing boat. I want to get a big ass net, catch a whole bunch of fish. That's what I want to do. That's on my let to go list. Oh, now there's another place I want to visit. Get your pens ready. Start writing this shit down. All right. I want to go to the Balkan Islands. What is that? Argentina. And I want to go to Antarctica. Now, maybe not on land, but I want to go and visit Antarctica and go see like all the ice capsules and the penguins and shit. So that's five places I just named you. And of course, I wouldn't mind going to see Ireland, Iceland. For some reason, I want to go to Iceland. I heard it's a beautiful country. Iceland. Small little island. But they say it's very beautiful. And I wouldn't mind going there. Do I have any other places? I don't know any as of right now, but those are just some you know, I guess bucket list to accomplish. You understand? Caitlin had the nerve to say, "Are you going to give me peace?" After I done already said that I'm looking for a woman that's going to give me peace, right? She said, "Well, are you going to give me peace?" I'm like, "Well, I hope so, because I just said myself I wanted peace. So why would I want peace and then not give you peace? Right? What sense would that make? Look, I'm gonna be honest with you, I really don't drink alcohol. Um, I'm a classic Bud Light. Um, I can have a Bud Light. I'm more of a foodie guy. I like the food. That's me. She says she can ask, calm down. Well, I'm just saying, you sitting there saying, oh, I'm asking for peace, but then you ask me why are you gonna get me peace? But you want peace, but you ain't gonna give me peace. That's what you making it sound like. I'm like, yeah. I mean, I hope so. Why would I not want to give you peace if I'm gonna want peace? I want my damn peace. Damn it. Not everyone's giving peace. You sound like a damn fool. I'm just saying. I'm good. Messing with you. But technically, you kind of do have a point. It's kind of like the whole saying of, oh, I don't want any drama. But then you always find yourself in drama, right? So it's kind of like, well, you can't really ask for drama, but because you yourself are always looking for drama. So if you can't find drama, you can't look for drama. You understand? I mean, don't we all? Marvin said, what are your thoughts on interracial couples? I don't have an issue with it. I don't have no issues with it. I mean, people date who they want to date. There's no sense in you trying to tell people what to do. Even if they're dating the wrong person. Sometimes you just have to pray for people. Just leave it at that. So I do my due diligence. Rachel said, what's one misconception about women? I would say that women are not given enough credit for giving the wrong types of men a chance. Because in the past, or, especially a lot of these content makers, they want to give women such a hard time saying, well, you chose the wrong guy. And it's like, well, probably, maybe. But at the same time, while we criticize them at the same time, at least understand that they are giving guys chances, even if they didn't deserve it. So you kind of look at it differently than how you normally will. I mean, at least they're giving guys chances that are the wrong ones. Now maybe they are the wrong ones. Maybe not. But it just says, hey, if they could pick the wrong guys, then what that means is that they have an open mind, that they tend to look over the red flags a lot. And that's a good thing, to a degree. So I find myself saying that the wrong way. I just look at things differently now. I try to see the positive out of everything. I look at it as like saying that at least, like I said, least path of resistance. Like I said, why get angry over things that they can't control? Why get angry? My body's just, you're basically just wasting time, stress, and energy. It is what it is. She says she's giving wrong guys a chances. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about that. She likes who she likes. All right. I mean, that's the fair. I guess it's a fair assessment. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's a fair way to put it. She should stop laughing at me. It is what it is. You just don't stress about things no more. You have no control over. In the way, it's easier to deal with things. It's easier to problem solve. It's easier to understand. So look, I can't get angry at the choices other people make, but what I could do is improve my life to where I can make the better choices. You know, that's how you have to look at it. I think people are too worried about what other people are doing and worrying about other people's lives and comparing themselves. And I think after a while, that shit just goes away. Just say, you know what, man? I have my health. I got my mental health. I've lost 26 pounds. You know, I got unlimited amounts of energy and I feel better. And that's what I want to do. Just want to do things I enjoy doing, making my life better for me and for my outcome. That's how I look at it. I don't worry about what other people are doing anymore. I'm done with that shit. If it doesn't affect my life, I do not care. Who you date, who you sleep with, whatever you do, as long as it don't affect me, I don't care. Just like you. Marvin asked me the other day, would you get mad if a friend of yours was dating your ex? I'm like, no. I don't care. What do I look like worried about that shit? Am I a motivational speaker? No. Did I claim to be one? Look, I'm wearing my hat backwards. I'll look 10 years younger. I'll wear my hat backwards. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get a football jersey and wear it the opposite way, crisscross. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I plan on doing. All right? So I'll be a spokesperson. You know what I want to be now? I have a new passion in life. I want to be a pastor. I'm not a pastor at a church. A pastor on YouTube. I want to go do that. I want to buy me a church outfit. And then after that, I'm going to change my YouTube channel name to Pastor Rose. Where I just preach the sermon. And I'm wearing the church outfit. Like the actual suit that the priests wear. I'm like, dead ass. And I'm at the music in the background. And I'm going to do that. I'm going to come out with that in the summer. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna start doing that shit. See if my channel will take off. That's what I'm gonna do. It's gonna happen. I'm gonna be a pastor in the summer. That's my new passion. And I'm gonna have my church outfit and I'm gonna start preaching the word of the Lord on YouTube. That's what I'm gonna do from now on. I'll do that in the summer. I'm gonna order my church outfit, and then I'm gonna change my YouTube name to Pastor Rose. I'm going to get the robe online. That's what I'm going to do. I might go to Party City and buy one if they have any. If not, I'll just order online. We'll come in the mail in 2 business days. All right? That's the plan. So, I'm going to preach the word of the Lord on the internet with Pastor Rose. Yeah, it inspired me. I actually might do that on my channel and all the church music in the background. And look, I found the deacon. The deacon is right here. It's Deacon Pause. So it's Pastor Rose and the deacon. And he will be walking around with the collection plate for you guys to start donating, put money on the deacon. So I will let him know. I will be the pastor and he will be the deacon. And the deacon will walk around with his collection plate. So you guys can put the money in his collection plate for the church services. So you want to be the deacon, Lopez? He said he's going to be the deacon. He said it's time. Our time is now come. It has now come, right, Lopez? I'm going to be the deacon. I'm going to be the deacon. You put money in my collection plate, or I'm going to fucking sue you. I'll fucking start suing you all. He's going to start suing. We don't put money in his collection plate. See, he's the deacon. And I'll be the pastor. And that's right. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Little Paws he's the deacon. He is the deacon. He's the man of the hour. Well, I mean, you don't want him to be the deacon? He's a perfect example to be the damn deacon. He's the prettiest boy in town. So he deserves to be the deacon. That's what he's always wanted to do. He's the deacon and I'm the reverend. He's a damn deacon. All right, so you're going to vote for me and the deacon? I'll tell you what. I'm going to run to be the president. And this man will be the vice president. He'll be the vice president. I'll be the president, Little Paws. You could be the vice president. Of course, he wants to be the vice president. Deacon Paws is what we're gonna call this boy. Deacon Paws. He has your vote. You know why, right? Why? You know why you have his vote? Look at him. It's his looks. That's the reason why you vote for him, isn't it? Just admit he's a cute boy. Just admit he's a cute boy, isn't he? There's nice little tail waggling. He's a cute man. That's the reason why you're voting for him, right? It's his looks. We know it. Just admit it. He's a cute boy, and that's the reason why that you're voting for him. Because he's a cute boy. Now, anyways, can you guys believe I've been on stream for almost 4.5 hours? He's still chill. He's always chill. Look at him. Oh, he's not always innocent. This boy's had his running. He's had his running. But at the end of the day, he's entitled because of his good looks. He said everybody's jealous of his looks because he's a cute boy. He's a cute, innocent man. I'm gonna put him on the Purina One commercial so he could be a Purina One child. Oh, little pause is the man of the hour. He is the man of the hour. This boy will do anything. Mm. I'm not gonna lie, it's 5 o'clock in the morning. I gotta get some sleep. But yeah, Caitlin, one day I'll chat it up with you. And one day you'll jump on the stream with me, or you know, you can always not show your face and just talk and say hello. I could set something up. We'll have to figure it out sooner or later. And I'll put a little pause on the voicemail. Like he gets to join the chat. He gets to join the chat. See? He's a cute boy, isn't he? Everybody loves him. I think you're the only one commenting here, Caitlin. I have a fan. Man, I tell you, when your eyes water, your eyes water. Mm. But yeah, I'm gonna get some sleep because I'm fucking tired. I appreciate you guys for being on with me this long.